I still have mine from elementary school.
I would just.
It's like brand new. It's to the little keys.
Oh, is it wooden?
Yeah, it's wood. It's
Really?
Yeah, it's legit.
Work well?
I assume so. I haven't used it in like 30-some years.
What's that like?
Maybe I have it up in my closet.
I have a wooden one, but I think it's a little out of tune, or it's tuned to the European system. A little micro frequency off.
Yeah, I've had it in its original like velvet pouch for the years since like.
I was gonna go ahead and throw some money at that. It's a little one, but I want it really nice sounding. I actually make myself turn out like.
Yeah, I don't have any music.
I want to learn this song.
Dude, hey man, stop.
Yeah, that's
You realize that just went out over the stream, right? We are streaming.
Oh, I thought we weren't sure until the timer was 0.
No, that's when the music kicks off a couple minutes before, but we've been streaming.
Yeah, you shared too much information.
I'm glad I didn't tell you about this.
Yeah, now I'm gonna end up getting blackballed because it's got Mozart music now on my stream. And they're gonna say, "Ah." It's all right. It's mixed with one that I bought, so it's good.
It's not. I'm not gonna get it. Tom, you know who I am?
Yeah, right. Do you know who I am? Let the hell with it. Let's just go ahead and kick over a couple seconds early. Hello, everybody. Are we out there yet? Come on. Am I there? There I am. Watching the stream out there instead of OBS, so I can't really tell if I'm over. Appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Welcome to, I guess it's the inaugural episode of 1E1 Shots, the new branded Agora quest for those that have been with us before under Parentland Adventures. Hopefully you're able to find your way to the new channel because, as I explained on Friday when we made the switch, I know it's a long shot. It's probably not going to happen. In fact, one of our VIPs, Agora, was kind enough to actually read through the Wizards of the Coast, their rules and stuff as far as copyrighted material, and he was pretty confident that nothing would ever be said. But just because of the fact that I had Parentland in the name of the stream, I just did not have a warm fuzzy that somebody's going to get a wild hair up their ass and come back and say, no, you can't stream. That's copyrighted material, and get we're going to take any of the money that you make off the stream, and you're going to owe us back royalties and blah, blah, blah. So just because I am paranoid like that, I just went ahead and made the switch to Agora Quest. For those that don't know, an Agora is an old Greek term that sort of meant gathering place. So welcome to our Zen location, where we gather together with some of the finest that the interwebs has to offer in terms of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons First Edition gaming. And as I said, this is the inaugural stream under the new logo, under the new channel name, etc., etc. So we're still the same. The game is still the same. The location's still the same. Like I said, I did a little bit of a branding change, and hopefully it'll continue to grow as it had been. As I said, I'm Sean, your host. If you have not followed us before, just a little bit about us. We're a group of AD&D players on Monday night. On Friday night, same time, 7:30, same channel, Eastern Standard Time, we do a 5th edition game. So if you like Dungeons & Dragons, but you're not 100% into the old school stuff like we are, come join us on Friday. Well, every other Friday. You can check us out on our 5th edition game. This coming Friday is our off week, so you'll have 2 weeks to get hyped and prepared for our next stream next Friday. But this particular game, 1st edition, set in the world of Greyhawk, is every single Monday, 7:30 Eastern Standard till give or take 11:30-ish, or whenever, because we're really old, whenever it's time for old people to take naps, that's what we do. We just stop the stream and take our naps. So hopefully we'll be able to hang out with you as long as we possibly can to get tonight's game through. Let's see what else we want to talk about. I don't usually like to advertise on the stream, although I do a lot, but we are looking for another player. If you're interested in playing a wizard, our wizard Arthur was no longer able to play in the game, so I've been sort of pushing him along as a meat shield for the party. Yeah, if you're interested in taking over, you wouldn't be this character. You could do your own character, whatever. But if you're looking to or interested in playing a magic user, reach out to me on our Discord or here on Twitch, and we can always work something out. For those that do follow the game, of course, you know that, or Twitch anyway, as you watch, you can earn tokens. We call them gross marks. You can trade those tokens in for our players. 3,000 tokens, I believe, is what we have the limit set at now. For 3,000 of those tokens, you can trade them in and buy natural ones or natural 20s for the players and or the DM. You can specify a specific player. You can specify, as I said, the DM, or you can just say you want to give it to the party and let the party hash it out whenever they need it. But stipulation is they have to have it prior to them needing it. So if they're in the middle of combat and something happens and you say, oh, I could save them with the nat 20, and then you give them a nat 20, it's too late. They have to have it prior to them actually needing it. But that said, once they have it, they can replace any dice roll in the game with that. So if they have to do a check of some kind, they have to, if they're in combat, and they need a critical hit and they've got a nat 20 on hand, they can swap out whatever they want with that nat 20. And trust me, I know our players like that rule because they have taken advantage of it quite a few times. So yeah, so definitely appreciate if you guys want to show the players a little bit of love. If you are new or you haven't followed, hit that follow button. You know how the rules work or how it works anywhere else. You just click follow, hit the notification bells if you don't. Or if you want to get notified whenever we go live, you can hit our Twitter, which is twitter.com/Agora Quest, which is pretty easy to remember. Go out there and, follow us out there and you get notified whenever we go live. But of course, if you hit our Discord before every game, I post, when we're going live and stuff. Schedule never really changes, so I don't do much schedule posting on our Discord, but feel free to bounce over there, join us. If you're a subscriber, when you bounce over to our Discord, if you have your Discord link to Twitch, it'll automatically add you to the Auschwitz, which is the standing army of Parenland, which this was all originally based on. Anyway, you get your own sort of private channels to kind of talk through and stuff like that. So yeah, take advantage of some of that stuff, man. Trying to get the brand growing up here. As I said, we have our resident VIP Cannibal out there is already dropping subscriptions for folks, so hopefully you guys will utilize that, come back every game and spread the word, because that's the only way this is going to grow, man. It's because of the love that you guys give us, and hopefully it's enough that you guys are going to want to keep coming back. I make jokes all the time, but we do run the best shit show around, so I'm pretty sure most people don't come here to see a smooth running game. They want to see what's going to happen that's going to drive me crazy, as in Friday night's stream where my internet at the house went out, which was just killed me. So I ended up having to stop the stream, reboot my computer, log back in and stuff. So now I have 2 streams on Friday night, but each one was only about 3 hours. So anyway, last but not least, if you're not one of those ones that wants to subscribe to the stream, totally okay. If you come around long enough, eventually Cannibal will probably donate one to you. But if not, you can just hit the tip jar. Go to our About page right on our Twitch. Go to the About page. There's a link for the tip jar. You just go give a tip. There is, I think the minimum's $1. But the best thing about that is it goes right to the stream. There is no middleman. Twitch doesn't take 50% or anything like that. So if you guys want to check that out, we definitely would appreciate that. And it's because of a generous tipper over the Christmas holiday. He who should not be named, Cannibal, donated enough that I could get myself a stream deck. And dude, I still to this day am blown away by the generosity of our viewers. And so, yeah, man, let's kind of get into tonight's game. Let's talk a little bit about what happened last time, and then we'll we'll talk about where we want to go from there. So, our party has been on the trail of some slavers of late. They started in Dark Shelf, which is across the waters, the Sea of Grant. They were actually over on the Niron side, and having cleared out the slavers from this little tiny town of Dark Shelf, they were approached by a priest of Tritherion being the god of freedom, etc., etc., etc. And so he asked that the party continue to aid the slaves. Only this time, he needed help over on the Wild Coast side in the taken over, whatever you want to call it, city of High Folk. High Folk used to be a human community during the wars. It was taken over by humanoids, and now orcs, goblins, gnolls, trolls, ogres, you name it, are running through the town. Although it is becoming a hub of trade because of all the ne'er-do-wells, pirates, and those types of merchants who could care less who they deal with. This city has become once again a place of commerce on the edge of the Wild Coast, where it borders the Pomars. And so the problem with that is that one of their biggest commodities is slavery. And so this priest of Tritherion had set up a underground railroad where he was snatching slaves from their masters and smuggling them out of town. And since the city became aware, they started clamping down very tightly on the in and out routes from the city. And so the party was hired to check out some sea caves along the northern shores of the city and to see if they could sort of map a route from the ocean up through the sea caves to the lower portions of the city, like the sewers and old basements, etc. And in fact, the party was able to do that. When they arrived and let the priest of Tritherion know what they had found, they discovered that this priest, a gentleman by the name of Macaro, had been captured by the slavers himself. And so the second in command, a priest by the name of Yeli, asked the party to please go and try to rescue Macaro from the clutches of said slavers. And they discovered that there is an old church in town that has since been turned into sort of a slave market. In they went, and after a couple of rousing confrontations with things such as undead and some slavers and a bunch of orcs and a few other creatures within the temple, they discovered a map that sort of showed an overland route going from Highport inland into the hills, and along the way there were some way stations where the slave route apparently went. And the party was then asked if they could take that information and trail and follow the wagon train or whatever it was that was sending those slaves into the inner lands, and see if they could catch up with them, or at least get to wherever that way station was, find Macaro and free him, because Macaro is one of the leading members of the Underground Railroad, and the knowledge that he contains could overthrow the entire operation and put a lot of other lives at danger. And so our party has just received this information. Correct me if I'm wrong, players. You have just been offered coin to go after him and retrieve him, or at least free him. But that is where we are picking up tonight's story, as our party now sits beneath a villa within the city of Highport. You sort of sit along the northern edge, where you brought the slaves originally, or where the slaves were taken originally, out of the city, down through the sea caves and whatnot. So that is sort of where you guys are right now. I am not 100% sure what you want to discuss or where we want to continue, but like I said, that is where we left off last week, and so that's sort of where we are going to sort of pick up this week.
Question.
Mhm.
My game says game paused.
Yeah. Now it's
Okay.
not. Yep. Yeah, I have to actually go in and hit the button that says, let's calm that down a little bit. I have to go and actually hit the button to start it. So I had not yet done that, but I just did. And so now you guys should be able to move your tokens and do whatever around. So, yep, you should be good to go. So as I said, you guys are currently beneath the villa within the city of Highport. You have freed all of the slaves. I should say the slaves that were there when you guys first arrived have been moved out, utilizing your path through the sea caves. So underneath is now, or the basement area is now empty where you guys stand. You could still go through in the sea caves if you wanted to go back out of the ocean. But, I take it back. You guys... Is that where you guys went? I take it back. You guys, I think, went back to your hotel. I couldn't remember. Nope, I lied because you guys had all the slaves. See, it's been like a week, and my brain is like wrapped. You guys took the slaves, or about 20 slaves that you guys managed to get out of the dungeons of the church or the old temple, and the local thieves helped create a diversion for you guys as you escaped with these slaves, and you managed to bluff your way through the early evening hour until eventually you made it back to the villa and got these slaves back into the basement underneath the villa, where they are now being shuttled down through the sea caves and trying to get an escape for them. So as I said, that's where you guys are now. You're currently in the villa. You're in the basement. Yelly is there, and he is discussing with you guys, what do you want to do next? As he tells you, we must get Makaro. He is the head of he is one of the leaders of our operation. He is most important. We must go after him.
Do I have time to buy or acquire more potions of healing?
Yes, of course. Of course, but we must not stay too long. You must be on your way as quickly as you possibly can, but understand that, you guys were doing what you needed to do to get these slaves out. So it is understood if you need a good night's sleep.
Yeah. Well, I want some potions for the road.
You want some what?
I want to get some potions for the future.
Okay.
And saving Makaro might be as deadly as saving these slaves.
Yeah, or more
honest,
so.
We don't even know if he's gone yet. Still could be here in the city. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. We didn't find any information to say one way or the
So
other.
you guys did manage to get some ledger paperwork from the from the slaver who had the giant weasels and all the orcs guarding him. You guys did manage to get a map as well as like a lot of ledgers and what bookkeeping stuff, right? So there are indications of product, man, woman, child, male, halfling, half elf, etc., etc. So there is a lot of detailed records that you guys managed to take with you when you took his books and it had the map and all that other stuff of the region. So you guys definitely have that to go through to see what might be found.
Well, it would be recent, so it should be in the the last entries of the books or whatever. That,
right.
Whatever he was, I think he was a middle-aged male,
Yep.
a priest of Tritherian.
Yep.
Yeah, they may or may not know he was a priest. They just knew he was a spy. or whatever.
Yeah.
Right, even if they listed him as a spy, that at least identifies him.
Yeah.
Right.
Um.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, I got a lot of gold, so I'm willing to pay for potions. I don't
Right.
necessarily. I mean, I'll take free ones.
Right.
But
So,
I'll pay for them too.
so I can.
We're not gonna be able to
We
get.
will help. We will help provide you with whatever it is that we possibly can. Our resources are a bit meager, but we do have some potions that would enable you to hopefully it would be able to help you complete your mission as necessary and whatnot.
Are you gonna be able to get us horses?
So,
Or at
it is.
least get them when we can get them once we're out of town.
I believe, to be honest with you, you look as if you belong in this city. I am not going to say that there are. Everybody looks as if they belong in this city as he looks over at Zadkiel. But some of you look as if you belong in this city, and doing business here is much like doing business anywhere else. You just have to be aware of the pickpockets and drawing the attention of the guards, maybe a little more so than in other cities, but it is. I believe that you would be able to go and procure whatever mounts or that you may need, as well as there are several apothecaries in this town that perhaps could carry those potions or those salves or balms that you may be looking for before you undertake this journey. But I will tell you, you will be adequately rewarded should you be able to retrieve our leader.
Here's a question: in those maps and stuff, they actually indicate like what would be the next stop from here.
So there are two. So if you look at the map currently, if you happen to see the VTT out there, each one of those hexes is approximately 30 miles. About every 30 miles or so, there is a small way station. But there is also at the end of the first, say, 30 or 40 miles or so, you begin to start getting into the hills, and about 100 miles down the trail, there is a stockade. By all indications, it is an old fort that was manned by whomever back in the day, but apparently, from what you're looking at on the map and the markings and whatnot, it's actually used as a way station for slaves that are being sent inland to the great slave markets in the center of the Drakenscob. Apparently, the slavers have a rather large contingency or a city of some kind deep in the hills, and this stockade or this fort that sort of sits on a river, you know, in where the hills and the mountains begin, apparently is like the next main stop.
So maybe horses aren't our best option. Maybe a riverboat is.
So unfortunately, from where you guys are, I guess you could take a boat along the coast down to, there is a small walled community to the south and east of you guys. It'd take you a couple days to sail that, and then it would take you a couple days to sail downriver. Either way, it's either way, you guys. It's, you know, are you going to be able to find a river craft that's going to take you that, or it would be faster just to take the roads?
It'd be faster to take the road.
Yeah.
With all that hassle.
Right. So, well, good question though. But yeah, so from the appearance that you see on the map, Deglin, it looks like I said, about every 30 miles. So about every hex, there is a small indication on the map that there's some kind of maybe a way station or a stopping resting point. Maybe it's a where they make camp. They traditionally, we know this is a safe spot, or this is a spot we're going to make camp, etc. You see those on the map, but the big one at the end is about 100 and some odd miles down the road, where this big fort is, and that's sort of the big sort of gathering point and then launching point for the next leg deeper into the hills.
I'm just saying, part of the problem with this area is that it's overrun with humanoid types that are non-friendly to humans.
Right.
To avoid some encounters by taking alternative routes, it might be a better idea. But if we all want to take horses, I'm all for it. Hell, I'll take hippogriffs. Let's get some hippogriffs. Let's do that.
Sounds like a plan.
Well,
Hippogriffs are well known in this area.
Well, like the man said, I should stay out of sight. So, whichever is the most concealed way of travel, that's what we should also think about.
Can you maybe journey up your armor, put a cloak on, and pretend?
Well, I thought this nice cloak would cover it, but
Well, your cloak does cover it.
I mean,
Don't get me wrong, your cloak does cover it, but he just knows that, you throw that cloak back and everybody sees the symbol of of Saint Cuthbert.
I was trying to finish my thing here. I was going to suggest you pretend another god or hide your holy symbol and stuff.
well, my holy symbol is hidden.
But
His cloak covers it. You see it.
okay, well, all right.
Yep, that is true.
Ignore the theme.
Yeah, what does a thief know about sneaking around town? I don't understand.
Maybe
Well,
a few things.
I know you privilege yourself in the pockets of others, but that's okay for the will of good men, I guess. But are you saying I should?
Look at that! Thanks, Josh. I gotta call out Teddy Grams. Teddy Grams, thanks for the subscription. Teddy Grams is my son. If you have not followed him, need to give him a follow as well. It's for his future, exactly. Who's paying for his college? He is now, because he's subscribing to my channel, so he's helping to pay for his college. So he's not a smart or not a dumb kid. Appreciate that, Josh. Thanks, man. But yeah, go give him a follow. He sucks at video games, but he tries. But you can listen to him complain about dying all the time if you want to go watch a good stream. But check him out. So, as I was going to say, as you guys were sort of discussing, the priest of Tritherion, Yeli, has promised that you guys would be, well rewarded. And he comes right out and says, I am willing to give each of you 1,000 gold coins for the safe return of my master, and I can give you 3 potions of healing and 1 potion that will make you invisible. But other than that, this is the extent that I can give you. I can give you partial payment to help you to buy whatever supplies it is that you may need. But the remainder of your reward will be upon successful delivery of my master. I'm just joshing you, Josh.
A quick save gave us a natural 1, or I don't know.
Oh, did he? Oh, thanks, dude. A quick save. Is there anybody specific you want to give that nat 1 to? You want to give it to the party? You want to give it to the DM? What do you want to do? But while we're waiting, is this agreeable to each of you?
I would agree.
You said 3 potions of healing? Okay.
Yeah, 3 potions of healing and a potion of invisibility.
Do you want to put that on the party treasure, or do you want to give me the...
Oh, that's totally up to you guys. He's just giving it, if you guys just want to make a note of it, and then you guys can divvy it up how you want. He also is offering 1,000 gold per man to safely return Macaro. He'll give you some up front in order to buy whatever goods, but the remainder of it will be.
I don't need any upfront, but that's okay.
Okay. So
Thank you, sir. This sounds like a just cause.
1,000 gold coins. So there is a market in town. It is used by many, both human and non. So I think this would be the best place if you wish to find horses and other horse gear. There is no accounting for the quality of the beasts that you may find there.
Once again, we give you our thanks.
The thanks is mine, priest. So as much as I have to say that I am not a believer or a champion of your god, I am most grateful that you are putting aside your beliefs in order to help rescue my master.
That is fine. And I'm a paladin. The priest is my brother's son in the future, 5e.
Okay.
On Fridays.
Yeah. On Fridays, you can see Zadkiel's relative, Tarikas.
Okay, so
So what is it specifically that the party wants to go out and shop for?
more potions and mounts
Okay.
with saddle bags.
So you are able to find easily in town, in the markets, you're able to find the horses. There's all kinds of people selling various animals and whatnot. And procuring 5 horses is fairly easy. You get for 30 gold apiece, you're able to get a riding horse. So a total of 150 gold would be required to purchase the riding horses. I don't know off the top of my head somebody grab me the price of for saddles and stuff like that if you guys want that as well. But that's going to be at cost plus a gold. So whatever the book says plus an additional gold for the saddles, bit and bridle, etc., etc.
Saddles are 10 gold pieces.
Okay, so that's 150 for the horses. That's going to be 10, 20, 30, 40, 55 for the saddles.
And bit and bridle and harness are an extra 15 and 12 silver pieces.
So we'll just make it 2 gold total for everything. So another 10 gold for bits and bridle.
All right.
So that's
Will a riding horse support my weight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be all right.
And what about
Stop eating.
saddlebags? Saddlebags and food for the horses.
Saddlebag. Oh, food for the horses. Does it really actually ever say that in here?
I think
I've
it
never
does somewhere.
It
me
might
see
be
if
in the or something.
Yeah. Maybe one of our generous benefactors out there in the real world can look up and tell us what is the price of food for mounts and steeds and stuff like that. I thought it was in there, but let me look and see.
We always just let them munch.
I thought it was free if they grazed.
Well,
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
It's not
Well,
winter, right?
yeah. So, if you want horse meal once per day, it's a silver piece per day. It's on page 36 of the player's handbook if you want to look under provisions.
Oats and grain, I think.
Yeah, they got grain, horse meal once.
And you have to
once
have
a week.
horse
there it is.
saddlebags too. Horse saddlebags to hold it.
Yeah, I want the saddlebags.
All right,
Or
so
horse supplies. too.
Yep. so no worries. So we can.
Make it
Can I
like-
just summon my horse?
No, not yet. What
Oh.
level are you now? 5th?
I am still 5th.
Yeah, isn't it? When is it for? Is it isn't it 5th? Is it 5th? Yeah. Yep. So I guess we're gonna have to, because typically I like to have a little side quest for that. So maybe we'll have to get a side quest in here somewhere where you're able to get your steed.
We can do it like if one day nobody shows up and it's just me.
Yeah, exactly. So saddlebags are 4 gold pieces. So it's another 25 gold for 5 saddlebags. Hopefully somebody's keeping track of all this.
Yeah, I might nail down the
Yep.
count.
So it's like I said, it's
Take it from the party treasure.
and then for the let's see, we said the food. So a silver piece, how many days of food do you want? So that's basically it's 5 silver pieces a day. Right?
Let's go with a week, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so that's 35 silver pieces. Let's just make it an even. Let's make it an even 60 silver pieces. So that's divided by 20. That's 3 gold.
Yep.
It'll be 3 gold for the food. As our party slowly builds up their provisions and their gear, getting ready to head off into the wilderness, into who knows what. Well, I know what, but hey, go monkey go.
Alright, so
Thanks, dude.
let me add all this up.
Yeah, okay.
And then we can take it from the party treasure that Luke gave to the party.
Yeah.
He gave his
Right.
trophy gold to the party. So.
Yes, he did, because Loot is a stand-up guy. I just want to say Albert and Fist is becoming a steadfast pillar of our community.
So it was 223 gold.
Okay? Sounds like
That
a plan to me.
filthy lucre doesn't want it on his meat hooks.
Now, is there can I buy any potions of healing anywhere?
Absolutely. Potions of healing are relatively easy to find. In addition to the 3 that you were provided by the priest of Tritherion, you're able to find an additional 5 healing potions as you sort of work your way through town. And again, we could RP this, but I would rather just sort of fast forward through some of this stuff and get you guys on your way.
How much is that going to cost me?
Healing potions are 50 gold apiece.
Okay.
So it'd be 250 gold. And once again, if you guys have yet to click that follow button, please do so. I'd hate for you to miss the excitement and the cacophony of what we have going on here. Currently, we're in a little bit of a lull as our party is restocking their provisions.
That gives us 8 potions, plus the 2 I already have.
Okay.
We have 10.
Yep.
So everybody can have 2.
Okay.
We want to do it that way.
Cool.
So,
Sounds like a plan.
spread them out now.
Yep.
So, Amby, I will
Keep
take
that
care of
potion
Arthur's
for-
inventory. I am going to add what the heck? Where'd it go? I'm going to add a miscellaneous item. Here we are.
And then we'll put the potion of invisibility in the bag of holding.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. And this one as well. Okay. Awesome. So you guys now have that all done. As you finish up your supply run, what about food for yourselves?
I still got my iron.
Okay. I knew some players had some food and stuff.
Yeah,
like
I still have some, I think.
that. Okay. Good.
I think I need to buy some.
Okie doke.
I have. Yeah, I need to buy 1 week, so another week of iron rations.
Okay.
So 2 weeks.
All right. So you're going to buy another week of iron rations.
Well, actually 2 weeks of iron rations.
You're going to buy 2 weeks of iron rations.
Yeah.
So it'll be 12 gold. Cough it up. 12 gold as you get
Hey,
2 weeks
right,
of
for Walmart.
2 weeks of beef jerky and peanuts and dried dates and other things that put together with your trail mix.
Luke looks at you and he's like, "Could you spare another week's rations for a poor man?"
I buy him a week's rations.
Right, 6 gold for the additional set of rations for loot.
But you must pray with me one night.
Oh, Ironius loves to hear my prayers.
I mean, to Saint Cuthbert.
Ah!
Dun, dun, dun. You
Got my squire. I found my squire, my henchman.
Yep. This is gonna go well. I can see this already. We're already off the rails, and we haven't even left the city yet. But we're all right.
Religious war.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they all start anyway, dude. So, we're gonna have our own little version of the Crusades. So
I asked Varys. So you were commenting on my hiding abilities to conceal myself and my symbols. I'm doing the best I can, but perhaps that over there, that necklace of magic missiles could hide the symbol better.
Nice try. You almost had me going. I was like, wait a minute, when did I get my necklace of magic missiles? Okay, just go ahead and make sure it's on your inventory. But then I realized who said that.
Right.
At least he's not trying for a Vorpal or a Holy Avenger or anything like that. So
just wait.
yeah, exactly. When you get to be about 8th or 9th level, we'll start talking about that stuff. So
I got one of my 5e paladin.
Yep.
But she's
As
like 18th level.
Oh, nice. As you guys manage to work your way through the various markets of the town, it is fairly busy, and you watch that there seems to be a little bit of agitation with the soldiers and stuff as you guys are working through town, working through the markets and whatnot. It appears that they don't pay you much attention, although even though you're human, they do sort of look you over as they walk by, but unlike other times, they don't appear to like stop and pat you guys down or anything. But it looks, you can tell that they are a little bit on alert because the patrols are slightly larger than you've seen over the past couple of days that you've been here, and they're much more frequent, right? So it's not only in size, but in the number of patrols that are working their ways around town and stuff like that appear to be more. You see them as they step in and out of various buildings, not only those that are being occupied, but you see that they're frequently going into what were previously burned and partially collapsed buildings and stuff. So apparently they're looking for someone or something. Whether it's you or not, you don't know for sure. However, they are poking their way around. So yeah, it's a little bit on edge as far as what you can tell from the City Watch. But as I said, they don't appear to harass you guys, and you manage by midday excuse me, by midday or so, you guys manage to have procured all of your goods and all of your supplies, able to restock yourselves as you guys plot and plan what is it you're going to do next. It is about noon time today.
Well, do we want to get on the road and get going, or we want to stay the night, one more night, and then leave in the morning?
Well, gentlemen, Halberd and Fist makes me wonder that this might be a hot environment that we should at least push out and get out a little, at least a terrain feature or two, and then if we needed to rest, we could rest out there in the bush.
Yeah, I think we should pack up and get the F out. GTFO.
Yeah. Okay. I would like, if you would be so kind, if Varys, being the leader of this group, obviously, if you could give me I want to say, go ahead and give me a stealth. Give me a stealth check as you guys are taking all of your gear and exiting the town.
Now I have that luck stone. So does that give me a +5?
That'll take a -5% off of your roll, or it adds 5% to your required, -5% on your roll. Either way, I think usually it's like it adds 5% too, but if you just want to take 5% off yours, either way it works, I think.
Okay. So T100. What? Foundry is suddenly not liking me. Alright.
Wah, wah, wah.
Hey, that's a success.
Nice. So as you guys sort of work your way out the other gate, there's actually a total of 3 gates, technically 2, but there are 3 gates into the city. One is a gate down to the dock, right? So it's technically not leaving the city, even though you're outside the walls. But there are 2 gates. One that leads along the north, heading to the north and to the east along the coastal road. And there's another one on the almost directly across from the wharf gate that leads into the interior of the wild coast. And as you guys are exiting, the guards are sort of looking at you, and they make you stop, and they sort of check your bags, and they look you over just to make sure that none of you are, I guess for lack of a better term, escaped slaves, because they grab your arms and they look for any branding marks that may indicate any shackle burns or anything on your arms that may indicate that you guys were recently shackled or bound. And seeing that you are not, and that you are rather heavily armed, they assume you to be stalwart adventurers that you are, and they allow you to pass as you guys make your way into the interior of the wild coast. You're only able to go perhaps half of your distance for this day, because of the fact that you left at midday. But it's a rather, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Boring trip. As the clouds roll in and a warm breeze sort of blows, and it's sort of funneled across out of the hills and down into the plains where you guys are. You can see in the distance where the hills begin to get more defined and rise up, as the Drakensgrab Hills, as they're called, begin to take shape in the distance on the horizon. But you're still a day or so away from that. And you guys manage to make camp along the road under the stars and a small grove of trees. What order and who's going to be taking watch?
I'll take first watch.
Okay.
I'll get. I'll take second watch.
Deglin, and then Zadkiel. Okay.
Loot would like to be, I guess, then during like when the sun's coming up, because he is a human, and so he'd have a better chance of seeing.
Okay. So Varys, so you or Arthur?
I can see in the dark, so
Okay.
I'll take one of the night
Okay.
watches.
All right, so the order that I have is Deglin, Zadkiel, then Varys, and then Arthur and Loquacious will take the last, as they're both, and he needs to get up anyway in order to be studying his spell books and whatnot, but he also, like Loquacious, is unable to see in the dark, so he would much rather be at that time as well as the sun comes up. So You guys sleep peacefully through the night, as there is no indication of any ill will. You hear the night creatures and the sounds of the night, but other than that, you guys manage to spend your first eve on the Wild Coast wilderness unmolested. And the following morning, you wake up, and let's see if our calendar will allow us to set the current date. Oh, I don't have the weather one built into this one. I apologize. I'm going to have to do that for next. On my 5e game, I have this, this map module actually has the Greyhawk map built in. So I just, it's already got it all set up with all the phases of the moon and all that stuff. But on that one, I actually have a weather app, a module associated with it. So every time the day changes, it'll show you what the weather is going to be for the day. So, but this one doesn't have it. So we're just going to go with what we had yesterday. As you guys awake, the clouds are still thickly formed above you as it is the middle of the summer months. As you arise and you make camp, or you break camp, having your breakfast, Loquacious, you can smell it in the air as you can as well. Varus, being outdoor-ish kind of individuals, you can smell the rain in the air. It's not here yet, but you know that sometime today you're probably going to have some kind of a rain. The clouds themselves don't indicate a heavy thunderstorm kind of a rain. It's probably one of those light summer rains that's going to soak you guys through and through as you make your way into the hills. However, as I said, you are able to you're able to smell that in the air. You can sort of feel it in the breeze as you guys break camp and begin to work your way into the interior of the hills. I'm just going to go ahead and roll all three. Good. You guys managed to travel by the end of your first day, or the end of your second day, I should say. You have managed to cross the Fenril River. You're perhaps 2 days away from your destination of this stockade or this fort or whatever it is that lives in the hills of the Drakensgrab. But as you guys stop at the river crossing where you guys all wind up, it's funny, he keeps putting everybody on top of Arthur. As you cross the river, you see that there is some kind of a makeshift hovel on the other side of the river. As you guys, it's a narrow point in the river, and you're able to literally walk your horses across. But on the other side, there is a large pen that has several animals, including some horses. There's a small hovel built there. It's just a little single story, probably 1 or 2 room hut. And as you guys are crossing over the river, you can see that there is the trail on the other side is well worn with wagon tracks and hoof prints, as well as booted feet. And as you cross over the river, a goblin comes stepping out of the hovel, and has this sort of a pick in his teeth, and he has regular clothing on, his big ears, sort of gnashed like teeth, and he sees you coming up, and then sort of this broken comment, he goes,
"You're staying the night? It's 1 gold piece per man. If you want anything to eat, it's another gold piece per person." Don't everybody speak at once. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gold if you wish to stay here, and another gold piece per man if you wish to eat.
What? It's so early in the day, right?
What's that? No, you actually have arrived here as the sun is just getting...
Okay.
Yes. So that's what I said. It's just toward the end of the day. You guys, you don't encounter anything along the road. It's a very boring ride thus far. And this individual, this goblin, as he comes out, you could see he's obviously... this is actually the first way station, Deglin, that is on the map that you saw. It's one of the first ones that are on the map. It's right when you cross the river. There's this little way station that are indicated on at various points along the road. You expect another one about 30 miles down the road tomorrow, right? And then the next one is actually the big to do. But at least these first two along the way are just small. Doesn't appear to be anybody else around. It's just, like I said, some animals in a pen, a little hostel, maybe a 1 or 2 room hut, if you will. And he apparently is the the owner or the runner of this facility. And he's saying if you plan to stay here, it's a gold piece per.
I'm gonna try and negotiate a silver piece or 5 silver. Something less than a gold piece.
Does it mention anywhere that this guy is like part of the slaver trade in those documents we found?
So there's nothing that indicates that they're part of the slavers, but just from the fact of the indications and the markings that this is a route that slaves are brought through. Now, whether he's a slaver per se or works for the slavers per se, or he's just out to make a buck and he's just sort of managing this area, providing food and whatever's necessary for the slavers as they come by, you don't know. There's nothing on that map. But this is a stopping point along the road for the caravans that bring those goods into the Drakensgrab. What's up, Creep? How you doing?
I'm just concerned that if we do decide to not stay here, bypass this, that he might send word somehow that travelers are not stopping at the regular stop.
Well, I mean, I could slay him too, but I'm just going to speak in Goblin to him and see if I can negotiate a better price.
So what is your offer?
5 silver apiece.
I was a goblin supposed to make a living on a measly little 5 silver pieces.
All I see is a dirt hut. I don't think you should be.
Yeah,
you do realize that I was placed here specifically by the slave lords, so I can charge whatever price I want. I am under their protection, and they say I can charge whatever I want. So you either pay or you die at the hands of the slave lords.
Okay.
Personally, this looks like a great set of accommodations to me.
I look around for the slave yards.
You see nothing but the goblin and the other animals.
I sneak up behind him.
Very
Ferris,
difficult
I
to
sneak
do.
up behind him and I pat him on the shoulder. I go, "Nice negotiating." And I kind of chuckle and stand back.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
Well, what's it going to be?
I mean, so
I go, "Excuse me."
you can't make him.
I give him 10 gold.
Or make him persuasional.
You're gonna
I give him
give
10 gold and I go,
Well, yeah, I'm Paladin.
"Oh, don't call me Paladin. You call me Paladin?"
No, I'm
Okay.
out of character. Paladin was wasting gold.
I give him 10 gold and I go, "For this price, we better not be disturbed."
Of course you won't be disturbed. Who is the newcomer?
And our horses are combed. We better have good food in the morning.
Absolutely, of course.
as he's like, holy cow, you guys actually paid him. As he takes the money, as he takes your 10 gold, and he allows you guys entry into his little hovel. And inside it is literally a 2-room dirt floor hut with a fireplace that has looks to be chicken, maybe? It's plucked anyway. It's a bird of some kind. Not 100% sure it is a chicken, but it is a bird of some kind that is roasting on the spit. And he has a keg sitting over in the corner that is tapped. And he grabs quickly 5 mugs. Yeah, the real innkeeper. Sadly, 1 silver piece for the night. Here's the real innkeeper. It's larger on the inside in here, so you've walked into the TARDIS. So as you walk in, it like I said, it's like a two-room hut. The back room is apparently his quarters, if you will, but in here, it probably has enough for maybe 5 or 6 people to sort of sit around the table. And he immediately begins slapping some gruel on some plates, and he goes and he takes the bird. It looks to be slightly overcooked as he's tearing it apart with his fingers and throwing chunks of meat onto the plate, and he becomes to drop it around you, brings you your mugs of ale. Smells like piss water, looks like piss water, might be piss water, but he assures you that is his own brand of ale that he's working to perfect, so he hopes you like it.
I just enjoy this meal.
As he begins to serve you guys. Doesn't look like there's any place to sleep in here, so apparently you're going to have to camp outside under the stars.
Sure, just killed him. All right.
Oh, the night's not over.
That's true. I should. Yeah.
I didn't just give my 10 gold away for nothing.
Whatever.
Yeah, paladin. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm a paladin. Dang it.
I'm not.
Wah, wah. Yeah, exactly. But as you guys are eating, he sits over in the corner and he begins playing a flute. And he's not bad. His music is actually not too bad as he plays a little flute as you guys are sort of eating this mismatch of gruel and overcooked fowl, whatever it may be, and other, looks like maybe they're potatoes of some kind, although they're slightly rotted and rotten looking.
I raised my cup to him.
I'm not eating or drinking any of this.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure that either. But,
Okay. But eventually, when he's done, he takes a look around to see if anybody else is done. He looks at,
Hey, you're gonna eat that?
as he looks at Deglin.
You gonna eat that?
No, I ate earlier.
As he grabs it and he starts stuffing it in his face. And he licks the plate, wipes it off with his sleeve, and stacks them together. And he does the same with anybody else's plate who has not finished. As he scoops up the rest of it, again, licks the plate, rubs it with his the cloth of his sleeve and stacks it back up, and you go see him stack the plates right back up where the clean dishes are, apparently. Taking your mugs for you, asking anybody refills.
Refills on the drinks, anybody?
No, I'm still working on mine.
Okie doke.
As he takes and he sees what you guys haven't drunk, and he just sort of throws the rest outside, takes his sleeve and pulls it over his hand and stuffs it down into the mug and twists and turns it and goes and stacks the mugs up.
So, there's some nice hammocks I have laid out on the backside over by the pens over there between the trees. You're welcome. There's a fire pit over there if you wish to make your own little fire. Please try not to set my pens on fire.
As he goes about his business. And when you do sort of take a look out on the back of the hut, there's a large corral where there are chickens and a couple pigs and whatnot that are sort of running around back there. But over in the trees, you can see that there are several hammocks, like a dozen of them, sort of strung between trees at various heights, up and down, and between the various trees and whatnot, giving you room to sort of sleep in a hammock off the ground if you want. Or there is a big fire pit, and you can see that over time people have moved big logs around to sort of sit around this big bonfire area. Should you desire to throw your blanket and saddles and whatnot on the ground and just sort of sleep there. What?
Well, Dave, I want to check I'm going to go over to those animals.
Okay.
And I'm going to talk with them and ask them about what kind of people and how often people come by here.
Oh, as one of the cows, one of the cows sort of rolls over and catches wind of you speaking, says, "Moo. Maybe once a week, large groups of men on 2 legs and 4 legs, they come by with many people, big wagons of people, moving, and they stay here and have big bonfires, and sometimes they kick our master and laugh at him while he tries to entertain them with his flute."
I will inquire of this cow, when was the last one that came by, if he knows.
2 days. Hey, our second resident VIP is in the house. Hey, Agomran, how you doing, sir? Thanks for being able to make it tonight. I appreciate it. You missed the show, man. Cannibal was dropping bombs off the top rope, man. He was like throwing. So the rest of y'all need to catch up, man. Cannibal has got y'all beat, man. He's from the beginning. Thanks, dude. But yes, 2 days.
Oh, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that this cow might know.
Any bad people around?
Is that I mean, if Loot wants to ask, that's up to Loot if Loot wants to ask that question.
Was that a question on fat people?
No, bad.
Yeah, we want to know if there's any fat people walking around. Dude, look, right here. I'm here. Fat Guy Gaming. Told you that's the name of the game.
Al kinda gave us a hint that they weren't wonderful people because they tease and pick on this goblin. I will ask him, what kind of are the people on 2 feet humans, gnolls, orcs, goblins? What's their general makeup?
You know, the cow doesn't really know. Look like you. Some bigger, one smaller like master. So the cow doesn't really know races and different races. He just knows that, or she just knows that they look very similar to you guys. Although there are some that are bigger, and apparently there was a very small one that was similar in size to the goblin.
All right. Well, I'm going to thank the cow for her generosity. And I'll let the rest of the party know that probably 2 days in front of us, and so we might actually be able to catch them because there's no way they can move as quick as we can.
Okay. So any plans for anybody for the evening, or what do we want to do? We're
Well,
gonna keep
DM,
the
I
same.
would like to be nice to that goblin.
Okay. And how are you going to be nice to him?
Well, I'm
Well,
going to tell
it'd be
him
real
his
nice.
hospitality is top notch. His food was cooked just right, and he does still need to put some tweaks on his liquid refreshment, though. It's not quite ready.
Yeah, I know. I always get it thrown on me by the slavers when they come through. They're jerk. That's what they are. But I promise I'll work really hard. You come back again and I'll give you half off. How's that? Okay, that's the best I could do for you.
Well, that sounds like a splendid deal for the hospitality here. And I asked him, I'm like, how often do the slavers come through? We were looking to link up with them.
Oh, you just missed them. It's been like 2 days. Most times they go pretty quick. They stay here just maybe a few hours for refreshments and to keep their logs and stuff and check the product, and then they move on. So they're probably about a day or 2 days ahead of you right now.
All right. Well, I thank him profusely and
No
go back
problem.
and let the party know.
No problem. Hey, thank you, Chuck. 'Cause, we don't get no respect around here ever.
I know what that's like. Me neither.
So, returning to the group, we going to continue the same watches as far as we want to go, or we want to change anything up?
I think it should be fine.
Yeah, that should be fine to watch it.
Well, what do you guys think about getting up a little extra early and moving out to try and cover some ground and maybe try and catch them before they get to the stockade?
I mean,
I
we
mean,
can try.
whatever y'all think we
We
should
don't,
do.
we don't want we don't want to be exhausted before we fight them. So let's see what we can get. We ride pretty good. Maybe we can catch up with them.
Okay.
Assuming we don't run into trouble.
All right. So the evening passes relatively quickly as you guys assume your watches. As predicted, probably just after sundown, the rain begins to fall. It's not a, I don't know, clashing thunder, lightning flashing everywhere. But it is a steady rain as it begins to fall. You wake up in the morning and there's still a light drizzle falling as your armor and gear and stuff are relatively wet. The horses, fortunately, are in an area under the trees where they're not completely soaking wet, and you're able to, get your gear loaded, put everything on, get ready to go, without getting too much more soaked. But you can see that the muddy road ahead is going to be a slog as you begin to head now into the mountainous regions. As from where you guys are now, you're leaving the flatlands, as they say, or the grasslands, and moving your way into the hilly and the rocky hills of the Drakensgrab Mountains. Drakensgrab Mountains.
Well, at least we'll be out of the mud, but
Yeah.
that might slow us down too.
Yeah, as you move up, fortunately, it's not quite as soggy as you guys begin to move a little higher into the hilly regions, because the water flowing out behind you down to the Fenrir River, as well as some of its tributaries. The road itself continues to the southwest. You try as you might. You go for perhaps 30 miles or so, and you know that you're about a day away from your destination, which is the stockade, where obviously these slaves are being brought. But unfortunately, You guys don't see any sign of the caravan that you've been tracking. However, I should say you don't see signs of them, but you see signs of their passage. You note the heavy wheel tracks in the softer earth that has been sort of beaten down by the rain over the past day or so. And from the weight of it, you can tell that they're probably heavily laden wagons, but as you found out, they were like 2 days ahead of you. So without going all the way through the night, chances are you're probably not going to catch them before they get to this fort or wherever it is that they're going. Your travel again is unimpeded by any encounter or anything unusual going on around the trail. The biggest thing that you've got going against you is the steady drizzle of rain. And as you arrive at the next way station, perhaps 30 miles down the road, farther up into the hills slightly, this one looks to be more of a light inn, as it is a large building. It has a large stable where many horses are able to be boarded, although there's none currently being boarded. Similar to the place you left with the goblin on the road, this has a large pen where there are, again, chickens with a large chicken coop. There is some sheep as well as some cows and pigs that are maintained in the stock area. But this house is a legitimate house. It looks to be perhaps 5 or 6 rooms. It's well made out of both stone and wood. And as you approach, a gentleman with a lantern sort of steps out into the darkening gloom as the rain's coming down, and he holds this lantern high. You can see he's an older fellow. He has on a large wide brim hat that's sort of catching the rain and forming little waterfalls off the side of his face as it sort of lands down. He has this big, huge leather coat on that hangs all the way down almost to his ankles and stuff, and he holds the lantern up. You can see his face is, I want to think of it as an old sailor. He's got a scraggly white kind of beard with a bulbous nose, and he looks at you and he's like, "Hey, what be your business here, boys?"
Ferris, that's you.
Nobody wants to talk with Varys, huh? Is that what it is? As Zadkiel's nudging Varys. That's you, boy.
Yeah. Kind of tapping him a little bit.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I was away for a minute.
No, you're fine. As he holds up this lantern in the twilight, and you can see is an older face, like an old sailor almost, with this sort of white beard. No, he's not. He's human. As he looks, he's human size, just under 6 foot, wide brim hat. As I said, the rain hitting it is forming little waterfalls that sort of fall down around the side of his face and down his shoulders and down this huge long leather coat that he's wearing. And he holds the lantern up his, "What be your business here, boys?"
Yeah, room for the night. Someplace dry with a warm fire to try out from the...
Aye, you come to the right place. Where you headed?
To the stockade.
Ah,
Maybe a couple cell swords.
oh, well, you're in the right place, because there's always swords needing selling. Come on in. Get yourself out of this. Put your horses in the stables. We don't care for them. You care for your own gear, your own steeds. Come on in the house. We'll get you something hot in your bellies.
Don't say Keelan. Don't say Keelan. So he tells you guys, go ahead and stable your horses in the barns or in the stables, if you will. and then bring yourselves inside. You are responsible for maintaining your own gear, your own horses, etc., etc.
DM, I'd like to take this chance to speak to his livestock real quick and find out how well he treats them, or if there might be some kind of information we might be able to use against him just in case.
Okay. So again, there are cows, there are pigs, there are sheep. As one of the sheep comes up and is like, what do you want?
Oh, I just want to know how well your master treats you. Does he take care of you or does he abuse you?
No, he takes very good care of us until he kills us and eats us.
And how often does he kill and eat one of you?
Only when the big groups come around.
And when was the last big group that came through?
Oh, it was before the rain. Just as it started, they arrived and then they left.
So they didn't stay overnight?
They stayed for a while, but not overnight, no.
Does he? How safe is this place for strangers?
I don't know. It's not safe if you're one of us, that's for sure.
I'm going to pat the sheep on the head and scratch his ear and say, well, thank you very much, Mr. Sheep.
You're welcome.
Where to now?
Well, I'll make sure that I'll help the guys with the livestock and then head in for a hot meal.
Okay. So it takes you guys a few minutes, take your stuff off the horses and stuff and rub them down and whatnot. Hey, Jay, thanks for showing up, dude. Appreciate it. Lord Kasumba's in the house. Everybody mind your P's and Q's. We don't want to piss off royalty. You know how those royalty get. When they get pissed off, they piss on people, so. Bill Piss Boy. So anyway, sort of again, taking care of your mounts and whatnot, taking the saddles off and saddlebags and stuff and grabbing whatever gear you feel appropriate. You tromp your way back into the main house. It has a wooden porch that leads up into it. As you thump up, hear the heavy stomp of your boots as you enter into the house. And inside the house is warm and inviting. You can see that there are several large sitting chairs. There's a large table. Much of an upgrade compared to the goblin's quarters that he provided you guys. As you step in, you can see the gentleman isn't old. He looks like an old sailor. He still has the sort of the wide brim hat on that he had outside, but he's since taking his large leather coat off and hung it on a large hook. He gestures to the seats. Help yourself. To any of the seats where you guys are able to sort of sit around. Yeah, exactly. Why is always the rum always gone? He invites you guys to sort of sit around the table as he goes over to the fireplace. And on the fireplace, you see it's a large stone worked affair. Has a huge metal bar hanging or running across with a pair of supports on either side. And there's this large kettle swinging on it. He grabs several wooden bowls, and there's a big ladle inside the pot, and he begins scooping out these big, huge, some big, huge clumps of meat and potato and vegetables and stuff in a stew, and he sort of slaps it on the table for you guys. Comes back with some bottles of what are apparently whiskey or rum or bourbon of some kind. It's liquor, it's not ale. And he grabs in a couple bottles and he throws them down.
So how long you gonna be staying with me tonight, boys? Are you spending the night, or are you just passing through to get yourself a bite?
That's a good question, matey.
Are you a sailor, are you? When did you sail? Where did you sail?
Well, I had a broken heart once and I stowed away on a ship, and that's about the extent of it.
Oh. So, no tales to be told then, eh?
Yeah, don't fall in love with dirty women.
That's for sure. So, my boys used to call me Kid, but you can call me Kitten. Probably never heard of me. Used to sail with the purple sails. Never heard of us,
I've
I suppose.
Heard of you.
Never heard of the purple
interesting.
sails, huh? From Sasserine to Fort Blackwell was me routes.
It's fun.
Till I retired, of course. So, you're going to be spending the night or not? Just like to get that out up front, because if you're going to be spending the night, going to be costing a little more. If you're just here for the meal, not so much.
I'm spending the night.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm
Varys?
talking to my party.
Oh, gotcha. Oh.
Since I'm the only one that
I'm the good detective.
Okay.
does anything here.
So Zadkiel, you detect no evil coming from this gentleman. He's just a dude.
It's here for the money.
I go, yeah. I think we might be staying the night, yes.
All right, that'll be 1 gold per man. A silver piece for the food. As he sort of hands his hand out.
I look at the paladin.
I give him 5 gold.
Since he's the one paying.
The 5 gold. So there's your stay. And now for the food and the drink.
I got my own food, thank you.
Oh, okay. So whoever's eating is a silver piece, if you so. As well as he does provide liquor as opposed to straight ale. Although he does indicate that he has ale should you want ale instead. He does have bottled liquor for those that wish to partake of the bottled liquor.
I just want the warm fire to try out some of my stuff.
I look at the partners, the gentlemen.
What kind of food can he have?
It's a stew. Has a thick meat with some sort of a gravy with it, and it has some vegetables like potatoes and carrots and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, it's like human food as opposed to the goblin food that the goblin tried to serve you.
Yeah, I'll give him a silver piece for the food.
You want some spices with that, elf?
Not really, no thanks.
Okay.
Anyway,
any of yous want any spices for your food? I got some cumin. I've got some other rather spicy, peppery things that I got from down south that was gonna make your mouth water. It's grown in the thick roots of the jungles itself.
Do you have clean water?
I got water if it's all you were looking for.
Yep. Clean water will be just fine.
As he brings you a cup of water, which is actually fairly fresh. It seems to come from some cold well of some kind. So Arthur goes ahead and tosses his silver piece, as rather than eat his iron rations, he would rather eat the meal here. So he goes
hands together and ask for the mercy of his partners to provide him for a meal and beverage.
Okay. Arthur will actually do that since I know that nobody else wants to give any money, so Arthur's gonna.
Well, we also put all his money in a bag of holding. So
That's true. That's true.
Pay
Thank
for
you,
it.
Yeah, I mean, we can't.
You are correct. It's not that you don't have money yet. So okay.
I appreciate you taking care of me and not allowing my hands to get soiled.
Yeah. As you guys sit down, the interior of the home is very comfortable. It's nicely set up. It's not like a an extravagant hotel, but compared to the place that you were at last night, it is well above standards so far. He does not have beds for people to stay in, but he does have padded pads on the floor with thick pillows and blankets should you want to crash on the floor. Or you can sleep out in the stables with your horses if you so desire. It is up to you. But the time goes relatively quickly as you guys find yourselves taking bed for the night. Unless there's anything else somebody wants to do, to discuss, to do whatever prior to heading out in the morning.
No, I'm just going to discuss with my party that these accommodations are getting expensive.
Yeah. So I suspect there's going to be even more at the Stockade.
Well, it's more dire that we finish and accomplish this mission.
Yep. Well, so get some rest.
And I say,
Maybe we should let the magic user pay for the rest of our accommodations, since he's probably going to be the next one to die anyway.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. I was feeling the love.
Man.
I'm just messing.
Sure
I retract my statement.
Liar.
We're gonna need his fireball. Let's not
Yeah,
hear.
exactly. Yeah, this is true. Famous last words, exactly. let's get rid of the wizard. Yeah, famous last words. So you guys managed to get a nice night's sleep. As you wake in the morning, the clouds are still there, but the rain has since tapered off. And by the time you are ready to leave after a breakfast of basically hard biscuits and some fruit, as well as more of the liquor if you want it, or water if you want it, you manage to put yourselves back together, and just past sunrise, you begin to head out. Along the trail, you guys, I got to do something here really quick. Apologize. I want to, let's do this. Okay. I just needed to put something up there. As you guys, sort of get yourselves together, situated, you begin to move your way once again following the trail. By the end of today, it looks to be, based on the map that you have, Deglin, yeah, secret DM moves behind the scenes. See, we give you the inside scoop on what's going on, so that's just how we roll. Even though the players can see it too, but again, who cares? As you guys begin to move your way down the road. Oops, you know what I forgot to do? Somebody should have reminded me. We need to make sure that it is now the 26th that you went through, and now it is the 27th day of Wheelsun. Getting close to the next calendar's change. As you guys begin to move your way again up more into the hills. Halfway through the day, you take a stop for a minute to sort of look at the map to get your bearings. Once again, heading onto the road. No sooner than you're back on the trail after your midday break than you hear grunts and roars coming from the hills nearby. Charging down out of the hills on you guys. You find that there are 5 ogres.
Ogres.
As they come charging down out of the hills at you guys. First of all, somebody from the party, please roll roll for surprise for me. All right, nobody is surprised. It's interesting that my battle map is doesn't have any battle on it. It's like, hello? Why is this? I apologize. I'm just trying to figure out why my map does not have. Is it under this one?
I brought my map, but I'm all out about them.
Just going to do this. I think maybe I moved it, and that's why. Yeah, we'll do that.
Oh, there it
That's
is.
fine. Yeah, it is now because I just put it in there. So I am going to drag you guys onto the map because I didn't have you guys on the map yet.
I've seen this map before.
I wonder where. To put you guys up here.
Uh-oh.
Going to kind of put you in line here. All right, so I'm going to put you guys there, and then I'm going to drop the ogres on there really quick. This is like one of the first random encounters I've actually had in a while. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right, so we're going to do.
Every time you drop my icon on there, all of my information's gone.
Really? That's bizarre. As the ogres.
My rolls won't be accurate.
Well, I do apologize. All right. So now that we have it set up, let's put everybody in combat. And now
We're
we
on
can.
horseback, so
That is correct.
we could
You are on-
probably outrun these guys.
You are on horseback, so if you want to try to outrun, you can definitely do that. But I'm going to do begin combat as the party wins the initiative. So we are going to start with loot.
What do we want to do? Do
What do you guys want to-
ride or fight?
Yep, you guys
Well,
have your
yeah.
choices.
This is time for hammer and fist.
Okay,
So we're on horseback at the moment.
you are currently on horseback. Your horse's movement is, I think, is it 24? Remember, I have to look up in my monster manual if they even got horses in there. Horses. Thanks, Sam. I don't even know that they have horses or anything as far as what their stats or anything are, other than, I mean, I don't know if they've got it in the book here. Guess we could go with herd animal. I'm gonna say their movement is, it can go from 15 to 24. I'm gonna say that horses' normal movement, let's just say it is, I'm gonna say, well, 24 I would think. Yeah, I'm going to say 24 just because they're riding horses. So I'm going to say movement is 24. I don't know if that is correct for standard horses. There's probably something in the DMG or Player's Handbook I'm missing. I just went with the herd animal book.
I'll look at the monster manual if you like.
I just looked, but you can, but
Light horse is 20.
is it?
Yep.
I know everything. Not. I don't know anything. So, that being said, you guys do have options. Obviously, you can try to outrun them, but it is totally up to you if you guys want to say you're just going to charge and get the hell out of there. Ogre's speed would not be enough to overtake you guys, and there are enough gaps around you guys for you to bolt and take off. Totally up
I
to
yell
you.
to the party. I yell to the party to say, we're going to have to handle this because we have to come back through there, and we're going to have to deal with them then also.
Well, we can't catch our query if we get delayed here, so. But it might already be too late. They might already be there. So.
Yeah, so the indication was that you got just from talking to the herd or to the animals of both the goblin and the old fellow last night was that the caravans come through, but they only stop for a few hours to eat, to rest a little bit, and then they continue on. So more than likely they're already there, because by the end of today you expect to be there, so you would expect they're probably there already, or at least extremely close to getting there.
Okay.
All right, DM, I'm going to move a little bit.
Okay.
And then I'm going to discharge my crossbow.
Okie doke. Which one? Let me zoom in here a little bit. And by the way, I don't take credit for any of these maps. I always go out and find maps that I like. So I did build a couple maps that I was trying, but for these ones, I just actually found it's kind of my random encounter wilderness map. So I just drop it here and then we roll from there. So, all right, as you roll, I believe that is a miss. Yeah, attack fails. So the ogre's armor class, by the way, is armor class 5. So, Loquacious, did you level, by the way? Did you level back?
I did.
Did you, and I guess I should have asked that previously. Did anybody else level from last game? You did?
Yep.
No.
Did you? Okay. Yeah, I knew that some people were close. I know Arthur's still like way off. But so Loquacious, you're back to 5th level then.
Correct.
And you said you're going to do it the hard way. You don't care about spending 50,000 gold on a spell of restoration, right?
Yeah, already got that level back.
I like it. So you do, just so you know, Loquacious, you do need you and Deglin need a 13 or better to hit these creatures. So I'm sure you knew that, but I just want to make sure I've got my chart.
Close.
Yes,
I at least
you were.
scared him with that.
Yes,
bolt.
you did. As you fire across, as the ogre roars, as it sort of hits him, but it sticks into this thick pelt fur that he's got over the top of his big, fat, blobby body. All of them have these big, huge, knotted clubs as they're sort of charging at you guys. Your horse is becoming a little bit finicky, but unfortunately, it's just enough of movement on your horseback as you whip around and try to fire that you're unable to target the ogre. Zadkiel, you watch as Loquacious, instead of bolting and running, moves off to the side and lowers his crossbow, but fails to strike the ogre.
Lords of Light! I charge with my horse.
Okay. Go ahead and swing away.
Let me see. I don't have all my stuff here for some reason.
Come on, man. You're killing me, Smalls.
I just have to roll 20.
That's what I'm
that's
thinking.
because it's 20. My bad, I forgot.
Nice. Lando, that's awesome. 12k more, you should be there pretty soon. As a 16, you swing and you strike the ogre. The ogre itself is like as tall as you are sitting on the horse, because these lumbering hulks are some 9 feet tall. As your blade strikes true against a large creature, go ahead and roll your damage. Nice. 5 hit points of damage.
Here's a question. If he's charging on a horse, does he get momentum attack as well?
You know, I'm just going to do it as a regular charge. I really haven't delved into the, like a cavalier charging with his lance type of thing, right? I just consider it a regular charge, right? If you move more than 10 feet and you melee attack, you get a +2 bonus to hit, etc. Oh, that 5 doesn't include your strength damage. Got a +3 on that, right? Should have been. Total of what?
10.
Oh, that's right. I forgot, because you had the +2 blade too. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you guys watch, as a paladin swinging his strangely weird wooden blade as it hits the ogre and leaves a huge slash on it, as the ogre roars in pain, as he has eyes for you, as Arthur, quickly seeing that the ogres are charging he targets this one. He's going to blast it with a magic missile. Never did reload his spells, but that's fine. Okay, try this again. There we go. See, 14 hit points of damage as his 3 bolts go slamming into the ogre. You watch as it stops it in his tracks, knocks him backwards for a second as it roars in pain as huge, massive chunks of flesh burst off its chest. Do not come any closer to me, Arthur yells at the creature, who ignores him.
Okay.
What happened? Oh, no wonder. My bad. Arthur, for some reason, let me go in there and put him. He got... Yep, for some reason, I accidentally turned off his combat. Alright, so next... is Varys. Varys, you're up. Sorry about that. Somehow I took him off of combat.
Alright. And he shot this one.
That is correct.
I will charge that one.
Okay. +2 on your roll. Nine misses. Needed a 14 to hit. As you swing by, you try to swing and you manage to slice across, but unfortunately these thick pelts of fur that they're wearing on their bodies, you are not able to penetrate through. And the ogre laughs at you. Elf is going to be tasty. Sprinkle with a little paprika. Deglin, you're up. I'm sorry, was that all you wanted to do, by the way, Varys? Was that all you had? Is there anything else? Just move and attack?
Yep.
Okay. Deglin, you're up.
Well, I guess I'll horseback charge this guy. And as I go past, try to slam with the...
We don't want to focus fire?
Say what?
Focus fire.
Yeah, trying to not fight every one of them all at once. But, oh well.
Well, I don't want to get in anybody's way either.
You're up, sir.
I'm trying to get here. He's a large creature.
That's correct.
13.
Ooh, that hits.
All right, and then damage was, I think, 10. Yep.
10 hit points of damage as you manage to charge onto the creature, slamming into it, bringing your hammer. I take it back, or is it? Yep. Did you bring your hammer down? What's that?
Warhammer, yeah.
Yeah. As your warhammer clubs it in the head, you watch it. You hear the sickening sort of a thud as your hammer buries into its skull as it cries out in pain and stumbles backwards for a second, knocked off balance by your blow. You could see it rung his bell slightly, but he recovers quickly, bringing his sword to bear, or bringing his club to bear. And now is the ogre. Charges up to loot. Targets loot. Natural 20. Oh, 20 hit points of damage as this ogre slams into you, bringing his club down. Wham! Slamming you. Give me...
Loot's down.
There's a party one if you want to use it.
Yes, if you want to use the natural one, the party has it, and then you would take no damage.
All right, I'll take that natural one.
All right. Just as the club comes down, you see it coming. You try to block it, but you duck just underneath it as the ogre roars in frustration as he thought he had you dead to rights because your horse sort of was skittish and it didn't move the way you wanted. But you, being the ever acrobatic, tumbling kind of a ninja guy that you are, you duck down to the side, immediately flip back up into your horse's saddle, ready for combat. But you managed to live that time. As the ogre that is now sort of had his bell rung targets Deglin, bringing his club to bear. 8 as he misses. What? You know, they should actually have a plus. Ogres have +3, +6, I think. I think he should have a plus. There's no pluses on these, so that should have been 11, but still misses.
We didn't run past them with our horses?
Huh?
We didn't run past them with our horses?
No, you guys are there, and you ran up to them, and you attacked, and that's where you're at. So. All right, as this one retaliates to the paladin. 13. Attack fails against the paladin as he swings, and you deflect with as you whip your horse around, bringing your shield to bear, and it unfortunately cannot make it, as this one brings it down on top of the elf, who's hoping that he can have for dinner tonight. Of course, 10.
I have 18 too now, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yep. As he swings, and the force of the magic given off by the ring deflects it just enough to send the blow wide. As your eyes grow wide, as the size of this club up close is rather precarious. Actions. Let's state our actions turn. Arthur is going to try his darts if possible, if necessary. Next round, if he lives, he will use his magic missile if he needs. Deglin.
I'll be attacking the ogre in front of me with the hammer. I did want to mention, though, that Arthur still does have a ring of shield.
Yeah, that is correct. Okay. That is correct. Varys, anything different that you wanted to do?
Put poison on my sword and shove it in the...
Okay. You, as an action, I will allow you to put the poison on the blade as an action, but you wouldn't be able to do both. Poison, oh, I'm sorry. See?
I wish I did.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so you're just going to do your long sword then?
To the face, yep.
Okay. Loquacious.
I am going to scalp him with my halberd. Nicely
done. I bet you do, too. And Zadkiel. Unfortunately, your Holy Avenger is stuck in your sheath and you can't get it out. You're going to have to use your +2 blade if you want to use it.
I'll just hit it with the sheath.
Okay. You're just going to do your longsword attack still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. As we move to the next round, as we roll initiative.
I was going to ask if, since they missed, we were able to ride by them so we could redo a charge on the turnaround, but
this is bizarre. What are all my ogres?
They ran in fear.
I'm just wondering where they're not showing on. Oh, it's because it was a tie roll. Duh. Okay, got to re-roll it. Roll again. And this time the party wins. So Loquacious. Oops, my apologies. No, party still won, so. Yep. Damn it. Hang on. All right, I apologize for this. I have to roll until they lose again because there we go. For some reason, they tied. For some reason, I accidentally clicked back. There. Now we're back to where it should be. Now, I don't want to end the combat. I want to put Loquacious.
Well, I only rolled the 10, so I missed.
Yeah, it's not highlighting. It's not letting me highlight Loquacious as it should be your turn. I'm trying to put it So it's your turn. Okay, here we go. Now it's moving. All right, now. Anyway, so your 10 did miss. I'm gonna have to do something with this combat thing. It's like it's got the double image here. It never puts who's supposed to be their turn. All right, anything else from Loquacious?
I will tell the horse in a steady hand to maintain his composure.
You doke. Nice. Zadkiel, you're up.
Did you call me Snack Kill?
Whatever.
Yes.
Zadkiel.
I'm no one's snack, and I strike at the ogre.
Okay.
And
Sorry. I do apologize for not seeing that. The party has a nat 20 on the books now if you need it. Thanks, Agamarin, for that.
16.
16 hits. And plus 5.
13.
Plus 2, right?
Yes, plus 5. Plus.
Yep, so it's 15. As you whip around, the ogre swings and you deflect it with your shield, and it leaves itself wide open as you take your blade and stick it right through its throat as it bursts out the back, severing its spinal cord. As you do, pulling the blade back, the ogre, gurgling at his own blood, drops to the ground and no longer eligible for combat. Nicely done, sir.
All right, and I'm getting ready to charge.
Okay. Gotcha. 18 as Varys hits. '20 actually, but yeah, still hits. Nice. Total of 5. Similarly, as it watches its comrade and it yells in anger, seeing the paladin take down one of its comrades, the ogre raises his club high, but before he can bring it down, the elf sneaks up underneath, jabbing your blade right through its chest bone into its heart, piercing it and dropping the ogre where it stands. It also is no longer eligible for combat. 2 solid blows. Nicely done. Deglin.
All right, hammer we go. No.
Nope, 9 misses, unfortunately. As seeing you engaged with this, Arthur says, the hell with it. And he targets it. He's going to target it. Oops.
And tell it a story in magic?
Yes. As he slams the ogre for 10 hit points of damage. And as you swing and miss, and the ogre whirls around trying to get a bead on you as your horse is getting jittery and sort of jerks to one side, leaving you wide open. Just as it brings up its hammer, 3 bolts of energy come flying from the fingertips of the Magi across the field into the face of the ogre. You watch its head just sort of poof in a little puff of dust as it drops to the ground, dying on the spot. And where are we next? The ogre is going to go after Loquacious again. He didn't notice how fast his friends are dropping. So he's just going to swing the club. $17 hits, 10 hit points of damage from the ogre as it slams its massive club on top of the monk. The other ogre, seeing his brethren fall so quickly, elects that discretion is the better part of valor. Runs away. He runs away as fast as he possibly can. As we roll initiative again. The ogre winning. Is there anything different, I guess I should say, that anybody wanted to do ahead of time?
I'd like to hit this time.
Okay, you'd like to hit, but other than that, as the ogre, gotcha. As the ogre, let me clear this, please. As the ogre once again raises his massive club, bringing it down on top of the. Oh, and he strikes again. For 12 hit points of damage.
So now you get to attack the ogre?
You did. You attacked and killed the ogre. You stabbed it through the chest and it died.
This one already went. My bad.
No.
My bad.
No. Now we're at the top of the next round, right? So you are correct. I just rolled initiative again, and the ogre's got initiative again. And so now this ogre, one ogre ran away, but this one here is still fighting. He didn't even know his friends died. And so he's still fighting on. So he's the only one that's still left in combat per se. But he, as I said, slams down on top of the monk for 12 hit points of damage.
The monk is down hard.
Taking Loquacious down as he collapses off his horse and goes flying. As the ogre roars in triumph, Loquacious's steed bolting. But that is it. I'm going to take this one out of.
Somebody hit that horse.
As Arthur gets his horse and begins charging after the fleeing horse. So Loquacious is down. Zadkiel, you are up. As you watch, as I said, across the field, you can see the ogre has. I don't know if you want to jump on top of him, but okay. You maybe want to back up a little bit.
Checkmate.
Go ahead. You get your +2. So it's +2, +4, +2, total of +6 to hit. 11. Let me check because you don't need that much. You're a 5th level.
Mm-hmm.
You only need an 11 to hit him, so you hit.
No, 10.
10, nice. As you manage to stop the ogre from taking his club and bashing the brains of the fallen Loquacious onto the ground, you catch his attention as he whirls, roaring in pain as your blade slices into him. Varys, you have the opportunity to backstab if you want to come in to the other side of him.
Yeah, do I hit the charge bonus too? Or not?
Yeah, that's correct. You do.
All right. Oh man!
Of all the times that you would need,
Can I use that nat 20 instead?
that's up to you guys. If you want to use it now or use it later, totally up to you.
I'll save it.
Okay,
Yeah. Man.
Declan, you watch.
At least he
his-
doesn't know you're there, so probably
Yeah,
attack me
yeah.
more likely.
Well, I think that might hit. Let me see. Oh, you needed a 13. So close.
But I got +2 from the charge too. So,
That is correct. You are correct. So that you did hit. Then a 14 does hit.
I'll
Good
roll
call.
damage,
Good call.
and the damage is
Large.
die 6 plus 8. Is
Yep.
that what?
For a large, yeah. Nice.
7 points.
Oop, Wrong guy. Um, oh, sounds like we're back out there. Don't know what happened. I apologize. Yeah, I can hear it too because now I'm echoing. Now I got to turn it off. So I apologize, folks. Whatever happened to audio, I don't know. Nothing changed. It just suddenly died. I looked at Discord. Doesn't look like anything hiccuped on Discord. However, as combat came to a close, our priest Deglin managed to sneak and catch the ogre from behind, burying his hammer into its head, splitting its skull, dropping it where it stood. Unfortunately, it fell over on top of our fallen monk, Loquacious Lute. However, they managed to get the ogre off of him and pull him free, where our paladin and our cleric are now working feverishly to save the poor fellow who is taken down to -5. However, he is hopefully okay. However, by my rules, he is not going to be able to do anything for the next 5 days. He won't be able to do any kind of combat or anything. But in the meantime, actually, let me interact with this. Oops. Yeah, let me interact with this and pause it really quick. Oops. What happened? Let's go here. Oh, here we are. I'm going to pause this real quick. So I do apologize for that, folks. What I've just done is I've switched this into our intermission because it was 9:30 anyway, so it's time for our break. We will be back in about 12 minutes and 55 seconds, so go reload your beverage of choice, get your favorite snack reloaded, come back, and join us for the conclusion of tonight's episode 31 of 1E1 Shots. We are currently just now beginning A2, Secret of the Slaver's Stockade. I haven't done the Slaver series in so many years. I hope I don't screw it up for the rest of the people that have played it before, because it is a classically good adventure. So we have a fallen monk. Our party is working feverishly to bring him back to his health. But in the meantime, I would encourage you to enjoy the smooth sounds of Monkey Boogers, who has been so kind to create us a little playlist that we can play during intermission. Don't forget, if you have yet to follow, please do so. Spread the word to all your friends, family members, co-workers, whoever. I'm not proud. I'll take anybody who wants to follow and listen. We are looking for viewership, so hopefully you guys can make all of our games. So again, click that follow button, man, and then we'll see you in about 11-ish minutes. I don't know about quality entertainment, Cannonball, but I'll tell you, we are like a shit show on wheels. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us, seriously. I don't see any indication on what went wrong, fellas. I don't know what happened. Hopefully that's not too loud for everybody out there. Yeah, it's on fire too. You ain't lying, brother. So, yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, I understood what happened last week, or on, I know what happened on Friday. Just my internet went to shit. But this one, it's just sound cut out, so I didn't catch it. I didn't see any indicator that Discord was having a fit, so really can't tell you. But I appreciate you guys calling it out, man, because I don't obviously listen to the stream, so you guys got to be the ones to kind of like, hey DM. So we are currently just starting Secret of the Slaver's Stockade, as our party is en route between Highport and the Slaver's Stockade. They just encountered a group of ogres, and one of the ogres took down our monk, who is in bad shape. So hopefully they will be able to get him upright. However, my rules always state if you go below 0, 1 day for every point below 0 you have to spend in rest and recuperation. So he went to -5, so it's going to be 5 days before he is really up to snuff and eligible. So dude, Cannibal, I love it, man. Appreciate that. I don't know what's up, bud, but whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. And why did that not show?
You should have used the other natural one we had.
Here it comes. Oh, God, that's ugly. Man. Why is that so off-center? See, I have to go through and test these things again. I must have moved some stuff around and just didn't bother to move my alerts. So, thanks, Troy, man. I really appreciate that. I think everybody needs to gang up and everybody just chip in and buy Cannonball a tier 3 subscription, just because. Show him the love. I'm sitting there typing an answer to DM. I'm like, why don't I just talk? So I didn't interrupt the music. Yeah, I'm headed to Denver June 14th through the 16th, and from Denver we're going to Vegas for the next 4 or 5 days. So in June I'll be in Denver or Vegas, both of which are mask free. Hey, Cannibal, I ain't lying, man. I should say Monkey puts out some good stuff, man, and he put this together specifically for us. Hit me up afterwards, Troy. I love to write. I don't know if I'm great at it, but I love to write. So if you need someone to help write shit, man, I ain't gonna write stories and books, but if you want stuff to help narrate your atlas and stuff like that, you just let me know, man. As much have you done for me, that's the least I could do for you. Yeah, if you guys don't know, Monkey does all the artwork for the character art for us. He does the music here for us. He also does the artwork for my 5e stream. I don't use his music on that stream, but I guess I probably could. But I have a 15-minute countdown thingy that I use on that stream, so I just never bothered to change it. But yeah, man, he does good artwork. He does good music. So we'll make sure that we get him his plug in at the end of this game tonight, man, because he's another one that does a lot. As much as he's a pain in my ass, he still does a lot of good shit for the stream. So you know what's going to happen? He's going to get his paladin's horse or his steed, and he's going to get a Holy Avenger blade, and he's not going to know what to do with himself. He's just going to end up falling on his sword because he'll be so excited he won't know what to do.
Yeah. Holy Avengers in the first edition are pretty badass.
Yeah,
I mean,
big time.
They're good in 5e, but they're really good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In first.
1E sets the standard, so. We're actually going to have to bring DM in here. Well, I don't know. Sam, do you run Castles and Crusades, or is it 22-15-32? Which one of you guys runs the Castles and Crusades?
I would like to try Castles.
Yeah, I want to get a game on here sometime where we can do a Castles and Crusades, man.
There's lots of books.
Yeah, I'll use show us what it's all about, do a session 0 and kind of do that, man. Maybe we'll just pick one of our stream nights or maybe an off night, find out whenever my wife is going to be out with friends or at work or something like that, where I can get an extra stream in and we'll plan it then. For those of you that are here tonight, I really appreciate it. For those of you showing the love, I appreciate it. Don't forget to show love to our players in the form of nat 1s, nat 20s. Just turn your tokens in. If you're not sure where to do that, just underneath the chat on the left hand side, you'll see the little gold coin. You click on that, and it'll show how many tokens you can trade in. For 3,000 tokens, you can buy them a nat 1 or a nat 20, or you can give it to the DM, whichever you prefer. But definitely they could always use those rolls. So Alright, we'll be back in a couple minutes. Hopefully you guys will stick with us for the rest of this shit show, see what happens. Let's see if we can kill our sound again. Just because. That's like what we like to do. What's a TPK cost here? Nah, I don't do TPKs, man. They happen organically. They can't be bought for that.
Well enough ourselves. We don't need his help.
Yeah. I legitimately do not try to kill the characters. That's just something that happens. It happens. You know, I did not try to take down Loot, but you know, Loot saved himself one time, but unfortunately was not able to save himself the second time.
Well, I sure am glad I'm one of your firsts.
That's
In
true.
your life.
Not in my life, but that's true. You
I mean,
are
one of many firsts in your life.
Yeah.
First player character to die.
You was
Twice.
twice.
Ukla and the other guy.
Oh, you went right from Ukla to Zadkiel.
Oh, it must have been the other campaign.
Yeah, wasn't here. Yeah. And we're getting ready to wind down. Let's see if my stream deck will still work. I should put this on my work playlist, Monkey. You know what I mean?
What's that?
Your music, man. It's really relaxing. Really is. So if I start snoring, folks, I apologize. Monkey's gonna put me to sleep with this smooth
Glad you like it.
Everybody get down, listen to the Monkey Bugers music, a party till you puke. Here we go.
I just do it and then it's not for everybody, I know.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's get on out of here. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with us and welcome back from our intermission. If you were not here when it happened, our party has just encountered a group of ogres, 5 of them, 4 of which were slain, 1 of which took to flight, and unfortunately, before the last ogre died, he was able to get a final blow in on Loquacious Loot, our recent addition monk. Halberd in fist, he cries, as the club slams him to the ground, sending his horse charging off in the distance. Only takes a few minutes before Arthur comes back with the missing horse. In the meantime, you guys have spewed yourselves upon the monk as he lays on the ground. Somebody has him targeted. Not sure who it is. Okay, go ahead and untarget him if you want. I apologize. Got you. You were going to do Cure Light Wounds. So go ahead and roll your Cure Light Wounds. 5. So that brings him back to 0. Now the rules that I do have when it comes to hit points below 0 is for every point below 0, it requires a full day of rest and recuperation before you're able and ready to do anything other than walk around, eat, and take care of your daily utility stuff. You're not able to fight. You're not able to do any of that kind of stuff. So it is going to be... Hey, you guys can talk now. You are here, so let's chat it up on what we want to do. I'll turn this music down a little bit. Maybe
let's doctor him up and say he's a slave, and we're bringing him into the stockade. That way, an escaped slave. That way, we can maybe get by without having to come up with another ruse. And then we just, attack and kill them all and free the slaves. Let Arthur fireball their barracks or whatever. I don't know. Just wild idea.
It's a wild idea. Why not? What about the rest of you? As you wake up, Loquacious, you see the concerned looks of Deglin and the others as they look down on you, and you feel much like somebody who's been pummeled by an ogre. You see the remains of the ogre carcass off to the side. You can easily tell that there's his blood as well as your own is covering your head and your chest area. You feel like death warmed over as you are right at 0 hit points, so you are not really able to move, but you're able to sort of half sit up and look and stuff, but you are too weak to get yourself up off of the ground, being that you only have 0 hit points.
I'm gonna look at that ogre for sure and say, you guys see what happened to him?
Yeah.
That's the joke. That's it.
Okay.
Not really a great. Yeah, no wonder you're not a bard. I believe you have lost us, my friend. As you see Arthur come up with your steed, but again, you're unable to get up or even walk on your own until you get more healing into you.
Right. Well, I'm going to thank Arthur for getting my trusty nickel back.
Oh my god.
I mean, you got 2 potions, so.
This is true. You do have healing potions. You still have.
I'm gonna put lay hands on him.
Oh, the paladin is going to feel you up.
So I'm gonna stick my hand on his lower regions and his upper regions,
And you say what?
and I say, "This is my gun, and this is for fun."
I knew you were going to say something stupid. I knew it. I knew it. This is why we have that little caution warning on our stream when people first get here. Like, he has indicated this is for mature audiences only.
That's
Not
being
really. Not really. It's not very mature, I can tell you that. So go ahead. You get
I'm all right with that. Okay.
so that is 10 hit points. You feel the energy flowing from Zadkiel's hands into your body, feeling it knit the broken bones and the cracked ribs, and the achingness in your body subsides significantly. However, that's awesome. Dave said, DM22 out there, that's Dave. He says, do the quivering palm on him. Don't tell the paladin to use his hand like a vibrator. It just doesn't sound good. I'm sorry. When he says he wants to put his hands on him and now he wants to vibrate him, that's just not, that's not where this channel wants to go.
He is not an altar boy. Stop it.
Well,
Hey,
he does talk to goats.
No, it was a sheep and a cow. Leave the poor man alone.
You know, you left it so open when you were having that conversation. I was like, oh man, you know what I want the goat to say? Get us out of here.
Well, I'm going to make sure that Zadkiel's son knows that I am thankful for his pleasurable touch on my body.
Oh my God.
All right.
All
So, as I said, you feel the energy flowing from Zadkiel, and it knits all of the brokenness and all of the pain subsides, not completely, but significantly, to the point where you're able to slowly, using the butt of your halberd into the ground as a lever to kind of lift yourself and support yourself like a walking stick. Eventually you sort of stand up straight, the bones in your back cracking, your shoulders sort of stretching back, tilting your head back and forth, and you're still a little bit woozy, but definitely much better than you were just moments ago. But you know from your experience training all those years in the temple with the other monks that sometimes when people got hurt, it was going to be a few days before they were mentally and physically ready to re-engage others in combat. And you know that you just went through such an experience, and it's going to be a few days before you're well enough to be able to hold your own against others in combat.
All right. Well, I'd like to shake those bracers some because they clearly aren't very effective.
They are bracers, armor class 6. So, I'm just saying, maybe if you find an armor class 4 one down there somewhere, it'll be better.
Do monks use ranged weapons at all?
Yeah, he uses his he has a crossbow, correct?
That is correct.
And as he wakes up, I tell him, friend, you should not go in first. You should try fighting in a distance for now.
This seems like very good advice.
Now, can I have my hand back?
The ogre zigged when I thought he would zag.
Okay.
But no, I just tell him advice to let him know that he should fight like a ranged monk for now until he can get some. I mean, does he have a plus one? Does he have a cloak of protection?
No, he does not.
All right, I'm gonna give him my cloak of protection.
Okay. So now, Loquacious, he hands to you this. It looks like a heavy cloak, but when you put it on, it's extremely light. And it immediately forms to your size. You're slightly more slender than Zadkiel in his armor, and the cloak almost seems to magically fit your frame perfectly to where it's just a couple inches dragging from dragging on the ground. So it's like right at your Achilles area is how low it sort of hangs, and it drapes over perfectly. And again, it's a very fine made cloak, and you realize that it is magical in some way.
As long as you fight at distance, this will protect you. And only use your halberd when necessary. That is the advice, not a command.
Should we continue to heal him all the way up and then spend the night here? What time of day?
I don't know.
So it is actually probably an hour past midday. You guys are about a half a day away from what you believe your destination is.
Well, if I have to wait a few days, I'm 7 short of max. I would say, let me just heal up naturally. If I got to wait a couple days anyway.
Well, what does it matter if they heal you up and then they get their spells back the next day as well? That's the other
works
argument.
as well. Yeah,
I'm just saying that's just the other argument. Yeah.
Yeah, I can cast Cure Light Wounds on him one more time, and then that should at least bring him up significantly.
Okay.
I'm gonna target him.
Because your max is 14, right?
17.
17, sorry.
Why don't you wait and cast that spell until we're about to actually sleep? And I feel like that one ogre is going to come back with his friend.
That doesn't matter. Put him back to max anyway.
Okay.
He's back to 17 now, so.
So let's get him back on a horse, and we can continue at least going towards where we needed to go, and then find a camping spot near the target location and see if we can do some recon.
So I just want to really quick interject here. A couple people have asked since the stream started what VTT we use. I use Foundry as the base. However, the Forge, if you go to forge-vtt.com, they actually are a cloud-hosted service that runs Foundry there. So I bought a license to Foundry, and then I pay a monthly subscription to the Forge, and they host everything for me. And I've loved it so far just because I love the modules that you can put into Foundry, and it works the same out on the cloud as it does. I like the cloud a little better because as a VTT like Foundry running on my machine, that means all my players would be connected to my machine via the internet. And so I don't know how that would work or how my machine would handle that, although I have a pretty solid rig. But I just decided a while back that I'm just going to go the cloud hosting route. It's not expensive. It's like $9 a month, and that's like one of the upper ones. There's like, I think middle tier is what I got. But so yeah, I would definitely recommend it to check it out. There are other hosting providers out there besides Forge, but that was the first one I went to, and I've really enjoyed it so far. So I definitely recommend it. So yeah, gonna have to make a shout out for Forge just because Who knows? Maybe they'll come back and say, "Hey, we can host." But I'm actually on their Discord and stuff, so I actually go and talk to those guys all the time. But it's cool. They do some good stuff, man. They really do. There's a lot of, like I said, a lot of great modules that are added on and stuff that I really like. There's actually one that I can let you guys in the stream roll the dice from the stream into chat, which is kind of cool. And so just because I didn't get a chance to demo that before, I want to demo that right now. So I'm going to go 1D 100. Hopefully this will, I'm not sure this is going to work because usually I have to update my, yeah, it didn't. Usually I have to update my, there's a token that you update every time when the stream starts and stuff, but unfortunately I didn't do that. But anyway, using a script, I can send the request down to Twitch chat, and then I can target people and only that person can roll it back, or I can target everybody and the first person to do it will be able to roll it, and it'll actually roll the dice in the VTT. So it's actually really cool. So anyway, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. So I will say that for first edition, there is no AD&D first edition. We use OSE, which is Old School Essentials. It's really close, but there's a lot of things that are off just slightly. Like, for example, our player might need a 15 to hit on first edition, but they only need like a 14 or a 13 on OSE. Not really sure where they got their original rules from. I think there was an OSE game or something like that was similar. I'm really hoping somebody will do an Osric to do that. Same thing with Castles and Crusades. I'd love to see a CNC come out there, but it hasn't yet. But anyway, I don't want to take away from the rest of the game. We can talk about that in the after party if you guys want to hang out that long. So our party has since recovered. You guys have healed poor Loquacious up, and you find yourselves once again atop your horses. Loquacious, you're still nauseous and a little bit weak and woozy, but you're able to travel. And by the end of the day, you guys all managed to, oops, sorry, let me reactivate this. And there's going to be one other thing I'm going to do just because, I didn't want that. Let's go away and stop that one. I am going to, oh, okay, there we go, that's why. Yeah, there we go. We'll do that. I am adjusting the size of your guys' tokens just because that's what I want to do. Shrink you guys down a little bit. Just because. I want to be able to put you guys all like close to the... And that's one thing I like about this too, is you can adjust everybody based on, or you can do it. Yeah, I knew it was going to do that. Knew it was going to do that. I got one more thing I got to do, damn it. See, these are the things that I think of like in the middle of the game that I should have thought like well before the game. If this works. I don't know. If it doesn't work, I'm not even going to worry about it. I just was going to kind of see. I should have done this before. You're thinking. Nope, won't let me. I'm just going to leave them like this. So anyway, so you guys find yourselves toward the end of the day. You find yourselves at a fork in the road, and from the fork in the road you can actually see that there is a fort of some kind that sort of straddles the river slightly, or it's on the edge of the river, but the road itself kind of runs right through it and across the top of this stream. I don't want to call it a river because it's actually smaller, but you can see the stockade sort of sitting up in the hills, and you can watch as the road itself sort of winds up along the rocky hills, eventually leading up to the massive gates. And I want to zoom out here because I just want you guys to, I'm going to move everybody over here. And I'm going to put the tokens down here. as you guys can see, although it is dark. Let's see if I can. Can you guys all see? Can you
Albert and Fist.
I just want to make sure you guys can kind of see the front entry of. You can see, yeah, and again, you're not up this close. You're still a ways off, but you can see that the fort itself sits on these high embankments that are very steep along the side, and the road itself runs right up to this large drawbridge looking thing that sort of sits out. It doesn't look like it goes up and down from what you can tell, but it looks like it may have been an old drawbridge or something of some kind, but it is now almost in a permanently down position because there's no chains or anything on it. But you can see that there is a huge metal portcullis that rises up and down on the into the front entrance of the fort itself. It's very difficult to just walk around the fort because of the high embankments. In order to get a serious view of it, you would probably have to like go up into the hills maybe and kind of look down upon it from there. But you guys are probably a half mile away now, out of sight of, or direct sight of it where the road bends, but you are able to see, like I said, where the road winds, eventually leading its way up into the fort area.
Maybe we should go up into the hills then and try to get an overview. We'll have Varys give us what his elven eyes can see.
Well, sounds like a good plan as any.
Yeah, I agree, and it keeps us from getting too close.
So, so the first thing that you can see that, as you sort of, well, actually, let's do this. Go ahead and give me a hide in shadow check, please. And of course, you get the 5% as well. So what's your hide in shadows?
57.
All right, yeah. So I'm adding a 10.
Wait a minute. Yeah, hiding shadows is 57.
All right, is that with the 5% or without?
That's without.
All right, so you get an additional 15% total because 10% because it is dark, getting dark, and another 5% for your luck stone. So instead of 57, it's 72%. As you lead the party sort of up into the hills, you're able to get a good overall view of this massive, massive fort that sits on this, like I said, this huge high embankment. You can see the walls running around it are thick and solid, and they look to have a lot of recent repair work has been done to it. From a height vantage, you can see that there's an inner and an outer wall. So the outer wall is obviously that leads to the outside. Then there's a large bailey in between the two, and then there's the what's the word I'm looking for? I can't even think of the word of it.
Parade ground.
Yeah, I mean, there's a parade ground, but I'm just saying there is gatehouses. There's an inner set of gatehouses, so you can see that there's a tower, twin towers that are flanking the entry portcullis, and then there's the bailey on the inside, and then there's two large gatehouses that flank the inner wall, and
that's gonna be hard too.
there's a narrow entry leading in.
Yeah, killing zone. Yeah, okay.
And so, like I said, you can see, some of you can see movement obviously as there are guards walking around the front sides.
On the development.
Yeah, the battlements. The actual around the stockade itself, actually, you can see that the outer wall is actually wood pikes, like the old Western Indian ones, right? With the like of wood poles that are like stacked very close together. But the front of the place is all stonework, right? But then you can see the side, and that runs all the way around the back of the fort. It's all wooden logs, all stacked together very tightly and stacked very high. So it's a well-made fortification. And then of course the inside that you can see is all stone, right? So you can't actually see obviously inside the fort from where you guys are right now. But you can see that this whole back half of the this whole area back here, all of this back here, that's all enclosed building of solid wood or solid stone, right? So does that make sense? Sort of the description that I give.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, so you
So
can't.
I'm gonna tell my friends it looks like this was probably once a cool castle, and they've repaired and enforced it, and once they took it over.
Right.
So this is going to take more than 5 of us to take down. At least if we can't get inside and get into the inner bailey, we're gonna have to be careful and plan what we're gonna do, because it's probably got murder holes or something between the inner and outer gates.
Is there any way to circle around it and see if there's like a back door entrance or anything like that? Or
well, so you said the sides in the rear are wood, so it looks as though maybe we can
cut through,
try scaling it or something somehow, but it might be noisy. I mean, they have people in the battlements, so
set a distraction and have a second team running the back, try to blast our way in, or I don't know. That's an idea.
I don't know. We'll have to figure out what we're gonna do.
Also, the last thing that I wanted to say is, so you can see that these log walls, right? This log wall that goes all the way around it. But from your vantage point, you can see that the back side of the log wall is packed with earth all the way around, so that it's kind of difficult to describe, where the log wall goes all the way down to the ground that the fort sits on, but there's like this tons of earth are packed behind it, so that it's like halfway up the wall, right? So on the back side of it, you have guard walks that walk all the way along the back of it, and every so often you can see arrow slits in the log wall itself. So it's basically like a fortified wall on the outside, right? So even though, let's say the wall itself on the outside is 20 feet high, on the back side they've got dirt piled up like 10 feet supporting the back of the wall, but also allowing people to sort of stand and shoot arrows down on people trying to climb the outside of the wall, because they have to climb so far up. It's kind of like the wood logs sit down into a moat around the side, but the moat is empty, right? So you would have to climb all the way up the wall, but the guys on the backside are like looking down on you, able to fire down over the top of the wall.
Yeah, that's
because
yeah.
So I can give a description, and this is sort of what it is like, right? The guard walkway behind the stockade log wall. The parapet surrounds the fort on 3 sides, right? So the parapet being the log wall, or the earth behind the log wall. It's The log obviously is made of wood platforms, packed dirt on top of an earth rampart. The log stockade surrounds the top of it all with arrow slits and stuff, right? So it has this whole, like I said, this whole earthen thing built all the way around it so they can walk and look down into the moat area, if you will, and still have a vantage point for like attacking if people were trying to climb up. So yeah, it definitely looks like it's going to be difficult to enter. Unless you can sneak in over the wall, or perhaps sneak in through the wall, or sneak in through the front gate some way. It's very difficult to sort of to be getting in there. And I wish I had a good picture of what the fort looked like from the outside. I thought there was one somewhere. So while you guys are talking and discussing, I'm gonna look and see.
Can we see guard rotations? See. Maybe
you can see, yeah, you can see that there's probably anywhere from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's probably 5 or 6 guards along each side and like 3 at the back, right? So along the east and west ramparts, there's you can see movement with guys. They have torches, and there are also some torches lit along the backside there to allow folks to see. But for the most part, like I said, there's like 6 guards along the east and west, and then 3 along the back. But you haven't been here long enough yet to see whether or not there is any kind of a rotation or anything like that. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out with us tonight. Don't forget, if you haven't clicked that button, please click follow. Trying to get our numbers up to 200. That's my next target goal for Twitch, so hopefully you guys can help me get there. So spread the word. What do we want to do, fellas? I know you guys are probably gonna like sleep for the night or whatever. Is that kind of what we were gonna do?
Yeah, set up like a stealth camp here so we can't be seen from the guardhouse or the.
Got it. Okay. I am really quick just to look and see if there was anything that showed on the outside what it looked like. I don't see anything. Anybody know if there's any of you Greyhawk aficionados out there know? Is there a picture somewhere that shows the fort from, like, remember how like in the Against the Giants they had a view of the Steading of the Hill Giants from outside? I was always wondering if there was
a module.
I have virtual maps for the G series.
Yeah, me too.
From a guy on Art Station that drew them.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Had somebody talking to me, had to answer. Yeah, so yeah, I don't have any, but I do have the ones for the Giants too, man. That's have some serious.
I also have the
inside the actual module.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, I do have the actual module, right? Problem is it does, I don't think it showed. I'm going to do one more quick look because I know that there's one other spot that I can look on the, as you said. Let me see if it has it on this one. It's got a picture on the thing. It's got a picture of people sneaking in and around the fort, but it doesn't have like a view from the outside. But I'm going to scroll through and look and see. If it does, I'll try to take a snapshot of it and I'll just like post it out in chat or something like that in our Discord so you guys can kind of see. Yeah, of course there's no pictures. The one adventure that TSR put out that doesn't have pictures in it. What the hell? Scrolling. Almost done scrolling. And of course there's not. Yeah, there are no outside pictures that I can see, but got some cool other pictures, but don't want to show those because that'll give you guys away. So I do apologize for the delay really quick. Again, I get sidetracked very easily when I start getting frustrated with something, but could have swore there was a picture of the outside. I just wanted you guys to kind of see what it looked like from the outside, but unfortunately I'm not able to do that. So, but you can see, like I said, if you kind of scroll out on the map on the VTT, you can see the whole thing. You just can't see the inner rooms. and you can't see the inner green area where there's this fountain area right in the center because it's glass covered. But you can see that there is glass there, so you could, like, if you were to climb up there and look down in, you'd be able to look down inside. But it's not a solid roof. It's a clear glass roof. So, but that being said, you guys again are about half a mile away or so, up in the hills, sort of looking down, hiding behind some rocks and shrubs and bushes and whatnot. Assuming that you guys are gonna take a rest for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right. So as you guys take your rest, is anybody else wounded besides Loquacious? Was anybody else
fully
wounded?
healed now.
Well, I understand that, but I just didn't know if anybody needed to rest so that they could get hit points back, because you were the only one that had healing cast on him.
Yeah, I'm not injured.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, could you send that to me in a private, because I think I've got the links turned off unless you're a mod. So if you just whisper that to me or send it to Discord or something like that, and I'll post it out there for everybody to see. So yeah. There we go. Let's go ahead and try to paste it again, Dave. See if it happens. See if it works. Lando just granted you, hopefully. Yeah, he just sent it to me in the... Yeah. Yep, this is like the only outside view, which kind of sucks. That's weird it didn't let it do, though. That's okay. I did. It's kind of weird that says it's a part of this one, but said it's part of A1, but that's fine. Yeah, nowhere on the map could possibly suit that. I agree. I think that's from A1, but that's fine. I appreciate the help. It's not a big deal. Again, I just like visuals for my players as best I possibly can, because a lot of times I just don't give a good description, and I want to make sure you guys know what you're kind of looking at. But basically, you're looking at the front of the building, or the front of the place is all stone ramparts and whatnot, or stone walls and gates and whatnot. The entire edge all the way around is a wooden log wall, and behind the wall is a huge packed earth rampart, and then every so often along the wall there are arrow slits so that the guards walking on the ramparts behind the wood wall would be able to attack people from a high vantage point, especially those trying to climb up and stuff. So that's where you guys are. Let me roll really quick to make sure that there is no... Oh no, what could it possibly be? As you guys are sleeping, in the middle of your watch, Varys, you hear movement out in the night. Oops, I forgot. I'm on the wrong map. As you look out, you can see what looks to be gnolls, a gnoll patrol of some kind. From what you can tell, there's 5 of them. Go ahead and roll a hide in shadow for me. Okay. And then go ahead and roll a 6-sided for surprise. So you are not surprised, but
I do speak no.
Yeah, I know. But they do spot you as one of them's like, "You, what are you doing up here?" As they begin to move in your direction. The rest of you hear some sort of a barking kind of a halting common, as if some creature was trying to speak common but was not very good at it. And you can hear them out in the darkness as you sort of slowly come awake. As they begin moving toward you.
To arms.
Yep. Yes.
All right.
Yes, they're not gonna let me talk to him. Right.
No, you can talk to him. Absolutely. I just said, he's like, hey, you, what are you doing there? As they begin moving toward you, and the rest of the party heard this.
Making camp?
Who are you?
Our swords for hire?
Then why did you not go to the... Come with us! As they begin to walk toward the camp, now seeing the rest of the party sort of rising and rousing as they demand that you come with them back to the stockade. Lowering their spears, you can see that two of them, well, they all have spears, but two of them...
How many are there?
There are 5 of them.
Uh-huh.
You see that 2 of them have, or they all have spears, but 2 of them have drawn swords as they point, as they're sort of using their spears as a walking stick and their sword in their other hand, as they tell you, come, follow us. As one begins to lead away and the other 4 sort of remain to prod you guys with their spears and swords down the hill toward camp, or toward the stockade.
What are we doing, guys?
Well, if you don't go with them, you're gonna have to fight without you here. So.
I want to detect evil. Do they have evil on them?
Not evil, but they are. You detect that, although again, I do detect evil different than a lot of people. For me, detect evil is they have to have some sort of a connection to another plane or the negative plane of existence, like undead, etc., etc. Just because somebody is a bad person or has evil intent doesn't necessarily mean that they're evil to me. So you don't detect any evil on them, but you definitely sense malintent, that they are not going to, it's not going to be nice wherever they're taking you, is what you get the opinion of.
How many are there?
5.
I look at them, I go, I look at my party and I go, as if, well,
I kind of wink at you and I look off towards the woods, and I'm going to use that ring, and I'm going to put dancing lights in the woods nearby.
Okay.
Okay, and then as soon as they turn, I'm drawing my sword and stabbing one in the back. Like the last one before.
All right, so you cast dancing lights, and suddenly it begins lighting up, dancing off in the shrubs. There's not so much woods per se. It's like small trees, big thick bushes, etc., etc. A lot of scrub stuff, not like super huge forested trees or anything like that. But 2 of them see that and they go, "Wait, I see something," and they begin to move off to the other side. So let me take care of this first. And of course, there are not going to be any here, are there? Of course not. Why would there be? I should. Once again, the DM blunders it. That's okay. I am not going to worry about their pictures because I don't care. All right, as they're leading you, 1 here. You guys here, 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 and here, here, here. So 2 of them back here begin to move off over here to see what is going on, as these 2 remain behind. And with that, we can roll for initiative.
is there supposed to be a map up?
Not yet. There is, but
okay.
I'm getting to move it right now.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Just
No, that was my fault because I moved it. The VTT was on the map, but I always forget to move you guys. So, you can see the white ghosty, the Geister guys, the KKK guys are the ones that are.
Oh, great!
Oh, I forgot. You have a dark complected character.
Just throw some bush beer at them. They'll be just fine.
There's some Billy Beer.
I'm an elf. I'm definitely dying now.
Yeah. All right, let me get rid of this one. I want to delete this one. So yeah. All right. So again, you see, here's the knoll. So here's the one that was leading. The two still behind you. These two off to the right on the map are checking the trees and bushes to see what is going on. And so, as I said, I am going to put everybody into combat. And now we're going to begin combat. As a tie roll, we're gonna roll again. A tie roll, gonna roll again. The gnolls go first. All right, so let me move all the way up. Oh, why it doesn't put on the first one. All right, so this gnoll here, he doesn't know what's going on yet. So this first gnoll up here has no idea what's going on. He's just going to check out the dancing lights that Deglin just cast. And I'm going to put this guy over here, so he's the same. So these two are over here. Their first two guys are not technically in combat yet, just because they're over there investigating what's going on in the bushes as the rest of the group halts. As this gnoll here sort of lowers his spear at Loquacious, and this gnoll here lowers his spear at Zadkiel. They're not attacking yet because they don't realize that combat has coming. And this one up here just sort of stops and turns around, sort of lowers his spear at Deglin, Varys, and Arthur. Deglin, you're up.
I'm gonna charge the leader.
Okay. Technically not a charge because you're only moving like 5 feet,
You're
but
right.
I get you. All right, ready to go?
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it to highlight him for
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
T large. Yes.
Gnolls, I think, are large. Yeah, gnolls are large. They're like 9 foot tall. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. They are large critters.
I don't know what his AC is, but
Well, we can double check. A gnoll's AC is 5, so you hit with a 15, doing 10 hit points of damage as you move up, because you have to move up to hit him.
yeah, exactly.
Yep. As you walk up, just sort of step, and he lowers his spear, and you just quickly brush right past the spear, bringing your hammer to bear, cracking him in the head. He drops like a stone. Zadkiel.
All right. I'm going to slice this one right there.
Okay.
I move up and I go, I'll be taking you to your master.
Double
Give me a
dog
beat.
dare you.
I'm going to drop the baseline.
Double dog dare you. 18 hits. Look at that. 18 plus 2, actually. Plus 2 plus 4. 22 hits as you slam your blade into the gnoll. Roll thy damage, and don't forget, plus 5. Nicely done. As you step up to him saying, I'll take you to your master, he's like, ah! And he goes to stab you with the spear. You easily deflect it away with your shield, bringing your blade up underneath his jaw. You hear a sort of a yelping pain as your blade pierces underneath the lower part of his jaw, exits out the top of his head, and he too drops to the ground. No longer eligible for combat. Varys.
I'm going to charge this one and backstab him.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you needed like a 11 or 13 or something like that. As you miss, as he turns just as you arrive, not quite enough to catch him unawares. As Arthur, stepping off to the side, whispers his incantation, targets this one right here. It releases a volley of magic missiles at so close. As his missiles blast into the knoll, causing him to drop his sword and only maintain hold of his spear, mortally wounding him. Well, not mortally, but severely wounding him as all four of them pepper him in the face, blinding the poor knoll, so he will now be fighting like at a -4 to hit because he has no eyes with which to see. Loquacious, unfortunately, you are out of this combat. I should just take you out.
You think I might discharge just a crossbow bolt?
No, you are not able to get any combat or do anything other than rest and heal yourself for the next 4 days. As this knoll comes up, bringing his blade to bear, targeting Varys. Two plus whatever as he misses badly, as the elf manages to bob, duck, and weave. Deglin.
I guess I'll charge the one in the center. No, I'm going to go to that.
Okay.
And then attack him.
Okay. He is blinded, so I'm going to give you a +4 on your attack roll.
Trying to target him. Derek.
You can do it.
Roll. Oh, jeez.
That's what I like to see. Nicely done. Even with the +2 and the +4, not even close. We are back to the top of the order as we roll any changes to what anybody wants to do. Arthur once again is going to cast Magic Missile. Anybody else going to change anything different?
No, I'm gonna be attacking here.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and put yourself back until it's time. All right. Rolling for initiative.
How do we know which one is ours and which one's yours since they're both the same color?
What do you mean?
Oh, it shows up there. Okay.
All right. As the Knolls get
Are we yellow group?
Yeah, you guys are yellow. Okay. All right. As the Knoll, seeing you step up, attacks Deglin instead. Swinging down with his sword. 4 misses badly. As this one targets Varys, swinging with his blade. 6. He misses as well. This one is going to attack the paladin. He swings down at Zadkiel. Come on, give me that natural 20. So close. It was so close to a nat 20. Do you see that? It was like right there. Only 19 away. Deglin, you're up.
All right, I'll attack that guy again. Doing.
Ah. 9, attack fails.
We need the community. We need our crowd out there to do
That's it, man. Our crowd needs to back us up.
they need to do a virtual wave.
All right, Zadkiel, you're up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was waiting for the wave. All right, right here.
Whatever. Yep. Okay.
I'm going to attack this guy right there
Okay.
and go, you oversized dog. I'll release my hound. And I slice him with my sword. Use my natural 20.
Do what?
Use my natural 20.
The party has one, but you don't.
I have 2 from last time.
No, that's the 5e game.
Oh.
Wah, wah,
Wah, wah. Oh, my email them to me. Can I have them?
Hang on just a second. Their armor class is 5. You need an 11.
So I got it.
You hit.
No.
Yep. No. Oh, you got a 10. No, you didn't. No. You got a +2 for strength, +2 for the sword, and then a +2 for the charge. So you got a +6. So you got a 12. So that hits.
All right. I forgot about that.
Nice.
Now I got 11.
You said this one in the right there. Yep. All right. So you managed to charge up behind him. Unfortunately, he is unable to deflect or defend because he's being engaged otherwise by Yon Cleric of Jaskar, and you manage to drive your blade into his side, piercing his lungs and heart, and he drops to the ground dead. As Varys, you are up. I am going to say Varys has a sneak attack on the one to his left if he so desires, because at the time that Zadkiel moved, he was facing Zadkiel, so he was facing away from you.
I will do it.
I can
feel my steel.
Feel your steel. 17 hits.
And
Burying
he's
your
large.
blade. He is large. Just see how much damage. Oh, gotta love it.
It's that kind of day.
Yes, sir. That kind of day.
What is the backstab so it gets extra damage?
Oh yeah, it is 3 times. It's 3 times.
Yep.
So,
Glad you reminded me because I almost forgot.
There was 2 more then.
Yep, there we go. That's a little better. As your blade pierces into his back, coming out his chest like the alien, he drops dead to the ground.
Yeah.
As Arthur calmly sidesteps over here, targets, and releases his last magic missiles. "15 hit points of damage as he blasts that one into oblivion. And in the space of about 30 seconds from the time they originally brought you guys to the time that it was, or by the time you guys decided that you didn't want to go with them, you managed to overcome them easily, taking them all down, leaving you alone on the hillside, still looking down upon the... You could see the flickering torchlights going around the around the walls of the compound. You can see movement, shadows, etc., of watches as they walk along the ramparts, as well as along the gate tower at the front of the compound. But these bodies now lay dead.
Let's hide these bodies.
Yeah, we need to clean up this area and hide them, dispose of them somewhere, hack them up a little more, and make them look like.
Yeah, we
something
should
other than
probably move
stones.
away too.
Yeah,
Yep.
we need to move.
Yep.
camp.
Yep.
I am going to
Yeah, did we ever check the bodies of those ogres either?
Nope.
I'm going to
Check
make
these
a comment to the party. And I don't know if I can do this as a paladin or not, but I'm like, as a paladin, we are trained in the art of fighting. And because this is such a just cause to rescue this master, I will lay upon 15 gold on the floor, to which maybe the gnolls were fighting over it. I shall walk away now.
Okay.
I
Throw
totally
him in the-
understand what he's doing. Totally understand what he's doing. I get that. Nicely done. I dig it.
Alright.
He's just saying that maybe they got in a fight with each other to.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, let's we'll move their bodies somewhere. Well, we can leave them here.
Yeah, we want to leave them exactly where they are.
Yeah. Let's put a couple spears in them or something so they look like they
Yeah.
kill each other. And then let's pick up camp, get some brush or something, and remove any tracks or traces of us. And then, move our camp somewhere.
Let's check the bodies right quick too. See if there's anything
Well,
significant.
yeah.
Gosh, do they have anything? Let me look. Yeah, we can do this. We can give some treasure for you.
weapon.
Yeah, they got vorpals. Yeah.
Embracers AC2.
You guys find 46 gold between the 5 of them.
Well, maybe we.
Well, then I'll keep my gold and let's use their gold. I already took off 15 gold, so.
Nothing else significant though. No keys. No.
No. There are 5 spears and 5 long swords, but that's it. Each one of them wears kind of a haphazardly put together banded type mail.
I want to take what's his name with me.
We could leave 4 bodies and then just take one body with us, so it looks like one guy got away and left with, whatever he wanted to take.
Well, he would have picked up the gold on the ground too. So
Let's grab the gold.
Yeah, but then they would probably expect him to go back to camp.
Yeah, let's not haul him body him and go around.
Just make sure people are impelled to each other.
Yeah, if we haul a dead body around and sort of attract things.
Okay. I am going to give me a find remove traps, please, with a additional 10% chance. So whatever your base is, add 10%. That's the score you have to get. So what's your base?
60. No, wait a minute. It's 50 plus 10 is 60.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, so you guys managed to sort of make it look, at least to the best of your ability, you guys managed to make it look as if these gnolls were perhaps having a game of chance and things got out of hand. And so from your opinion, Varus, everything looks good. And so you guys grab your gear and slowly make your way out of the area. Where do you want to go? Because right now you're on, if we put you back on the Pomarge map here, you guys are on this side over here. Let's not do this one. Let's just keep. You guys are on this side over here. Like it. So where do you guys specifically want to go, right? So the stockade is in front. You're actually on the to the left, or on this map you're on top. You're like right up here by the S where the where it says stockade. You're like right there by the S, right between the two S's right there. So you're in that zone right there. What do you guys want to move to?
I'm thinking maybe if we went about just below where the C in Arthur C. Durand is under his name when you show his name.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we can definitely do that. I mean, just want to make sure where you guys are moving to. Let's put everybody here. Put everybody right on top of each other. That's what we do here. So you guys move really on the other side. So it takes you about an hour or so to slowly navigate your way through the hilly country along the back side of the compound, crossing over the road. So you actually see that the road goes into the compound, and then it also goes past the compound as well. So the road itself continues into the deep hills of the Drakensgab. And so you guys now find yourselves on the other side of the compound, looking down, still probably about a half mile away or so. Give me well, I'm just gonna say, as you guys sort of search around trying to find a good place to camp, you actually find a small cave about a half a mile away in the hills, sort of out of the way. It gives you a chance to look down the hills onto the road as it leads from the stockade into to the south and east into the hills themselves, but it still gives you a decent vantage of the compound itself. You guys are there throughout the rest of the night, and in the morning you can see there's a lot of activity as there are several mounted soldiers and whatnot, as they're you can't hear quite what's going on, but you can see there's a flurry of activity within the compound and around the compound. And you see that, like I said, several mounted soldiers begin charging up the hill on the other side where you guys originally were. And exactly, Grissom will be there shortly. As again, you can see that just by what's going on, you realize that your bodies have been found.
Good thing we moved, huh?
What's the plan? This is a wide open world for you guys. Whatever you want to do.
Well, we have mounts too. Well, how are they dressed? Can we tell what they are?
From the looks of them, you can see that there are a mix of humans, probably some orcs and other humanoids as well. Very similar to what you saw in Highport, which makes sense because there's a lot of humanoid tribes in this region. And you guys do have mounts. Fortunately, where you guys are at, there's a low depression area where your horses are able to stay in, and they're sort of out of sight as somebody was looking from the base of the hills up. The horses are on the back side of this depression, and then there's a cave up there where you guys are able to sort of hang out, if you will.
Just wondering if it would be possible and maybe, I don't know, infiltrate this band as they go back through the.
Well, they're on the exact opposite side of the thing, so there's no way you guys would be able. But to be honest, you could see that they are wearing coats of arms of some kind, so they've got some sort of insignia or something on them, but you can't quite make it out from where it's at.
The Knolls did not have.
Not that you saw. No, it was dark out, and you guys searched for money and stuff like that, but you didn't notice any insignias or marks or anything like that. So it's quite possible they may have had something, but you didn't see anything.
All right, that might be a way in, guys. If we maybe wait till nightfall, find another one of their roving band, and try to steal their finery that identifies them as part of the guard.
Yeah.
Why can't we not just send Varys in with this potion of invisibility? Maybe he can go scout the region for us. Or
Try that too.
Or are we going to wait until our friend here is completely healed, and maybe over 2 or 3 days' time, things calm down a little bit?
That might be a good idea.
That might be a better idea. To hang out down here and just wait till loot is a little better.
Okay.
Well, I can do some scouting too while that's going on.
Okay.
Assuming I don't hit. If I use the potion or something. But.
It's the only time a natural one would be so handy, right?
Yeah.
Don't we have one?
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, like when he rolls a percentile dice, getting a 1.
Oh,
That's when you want to get a 1, when you don't.
Wade the DM from hitting him with a 20.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, man, it's just the luck of the dice. I apologize. I didn't mean to knock you out.
Oh, well, yeah. I've been really hurt before too, so.
Yep. Okay.
At least you didn't fall out of a spike trap.
Yeah. So I guess what our plan is then, you guys are going to hang out here for a few days to let Loquacious recuperate. In the meantime, Varys is going to do...
Well, we can do some studying of their patrols and guard changes. And anything else that was significant.
Yep.
And,
so from this vantage point, it's very difficult to see what's going on. You can see some movement in the shadows at night, but it's very difficult to know if it's a changing of a guard, if it's just people moving, etc., etc.
Probably, right?
What's that, sir? Sorry. Yeah,
There's
correct. That is correct. There is you see some traffic periodically leave the stockade, heading both back toward Highport as well as along the road, heading into the hills.
Any passing by?
Yes. So you guys are definitely, you can see them coming as they leave the stockade. But from your vantage point, you would not be able to get down to intercept them in the road or anything like that. But you can see their riders that head off, right? So there's a rider on a horse, and they just and they just take off and they ride. Not like they're charging away or anything like that, but just like, all right, we're taking off. So from the looks of it, they bear the markings of regular soldiers of some kind, so perhaps dispatches going in and out.
Can we see anybody coming in, or they're always going out?
No, it's both. Some, you guys are only there for a couple of days, right? But over that course of the days, you don't really get a good feel for the watch situation, although you can tell that they do switch watches at least a couple times during the night. So if you just think equal time on watch, then they're probably like 4-hour blocks of watch or something like that. But as for the riders coming in and out, the first day you see one of each, right? The second day you only see one who's leaving. And now this is the third day. Nobody's arrived yet, so you don't know if anybody's going to be leaving or coming in or whatever. But the sun is getting lower as the shadows begin to get long. Loquacious, you are fully recuperated and healed, able to once again partake in the fun and activities that is adventuring in the world of Greyhawk. But as I said, you don't know for sure if anybody's coming in or out today. You have not seen them yet, and it is getting later in the day. So chances are there's probably nobody coming. But again, you do see dispatches have been coming in and out over the course of the 3 days that you were here.
All right. Well, just an idea. If one were to come in, if we could get Varys in close enough, take the invisibility potion or hide in shadows or whatever, and just tail that guy into the keep, somehow get us a way in.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking of that myself.
Or we sneak over the back wall like we snuck into the back door of the temple. Maybe we can sneak over the back wall. You just have to find a way to hide ourselves.
Doesn't that a potion of invisibility have multiple?
It does.
So we could all invisible ourselves and climb over the wall or have Varys go over and drop a rope and then we climb. Whatever.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Need to backstab the watch.
Yeah. Guaranteed below.
I think we also do have a scroll of spider climb, don't we?
Arthur has the scrolls. Let me double check.
Yeah, Arthur probably has a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. He has 2 potions he has 2 scrolls of magic missile, 2 scrolls of flame sphere, a scroll of darkness, and a scroll of light.
Well, yeah, so we have that spider climb must be in the holding.
Don't forget, I think we have you have rings too. You've got like the ring of shooting stars and the ring of spell storing and stuff.
Yeah.
Arthur has the ring of spells. I got that star.
Yeah.
That's how I did the dancing lights.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I forgot. Okay, cool. I'm gonna look at this real quick. I just want to see how many it can do. Somebody told me before, but I always forget.
I think there was 8 doses.
Yep, 1/8. Yep. So bestows invisibility for 30 to 60 minutes, 3 to 6 turns. So you are correct. 8. So all of you could, and you'd still have 3 left, if you so desire to try to sneak in that way.
How climbable is it? Is it?
It's like, wood, right? So it's, I don't know, it's smoothed out wood and stuff. It's kind of like the old Western forts that had the big stakes up there.
Oh,
the pointy tops.
I have a 92% chance of finding walls.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. I didn't know if you or Loquacious had a better chance of doing it. If
Plus,
somebody-
I have the 5%, so 97.
So whoever
Yeah.
can get up over there and then drop a rope to us. Well,
Yeah, well, I have room for the grapple hook, so I can certainly do that.
Okay.
but we'd also have to make sure that there's no guards at the time.
Yeah.
Even though we're invisible, he's gonna see the rope.
Yep.
I just see
What
where the
if
guards are.
we rubbed potion on the rope so it was invisible?
Boy, if
Could
only
we-
that would work.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea, but unfortunately, no. All right.
I think that's what we should.
We have a nat 20 still, right?
Yep.
You do.
Okay. Might need that for the backstab.
Take out the guards on the back of the castle or the back of the rampart, whatever, and then drop us a rope, and then we'll climb up.
Yeah, we can give it a try. I mean, that's really, other than trying to sneak in the front, that's my best
So do we
option
want
right
to? Do we want to sneak as close as we can before we take the potion so that they last longer while we are in, or do we take them now and waste 15 minutes to get from here to the compound?
now. Well, if you all can be quiet, Lucette. Zanjo.
What?
He's saying, "Shut up."
Well, don't, and your
Hey,
armor.
does this?
Fine,
Have you ever
fine,
heard?
fine.
Has Zadkill ever heard this sound? That's an oil can
Ah.
for your
Oh,
squeaky
you know what else
armor.
I could do? I could cast silence 15-foot radius.
that would work. That would help us get up to the back of the stockade, and then we drink the potion before we're at the wall, like a few feet before we're at the wall.
Okay.
And then
Doesn't somebody have darkness? Didn't I just say somebody had darkness or something like that? I forget.
Yeah, you said Arthur has full of darkness.
Did I say he had a scroll of darkness?
He would be the only one.
Yes.
I don't
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
He does. Arthur has a scroll of darkness. So yes. So
Well, that,
now we are in for sure.
yeah.
We can cast darkness. We can cast silence 15-foot radius on something that we move with us. And then when we are ready to go over the wall, we drink the potion. We go over the wall invisible, no problem. Just have to make sure that the guards do not see us.
Can anybody see through the darkness?
See through the darkness? No. Good question.
know. Magical
Yeah.
darkness, no.
That might be good to confuse the enemy,
That's true.
prevent them from amassing those.
That's true. Okay.
That'll hinder us too much, I think.
Yeah. Good note. Okay.
But the silence is definitely
Yeah.
a thing to do.
I'm gonna cast it on a rock, and therefore when we need to cast spells or something, I can just chuck the rock, and then we got noise.
Gotcha.
to make again.
Good idea.
Chuck
good
the
idea.
rock. Check the rock at the enemy wizards.
Yep.
Okay. How long does I just want to make sure how long does that last, because it's going to take you 15 minutes to get down the hill over to the fort.
Go look. Oh, radius. 12 rounds.
Okay. Yeah, that should be. So you're going to want to actually cast it when you get close to the fort.
Right.
So you guys begin to gather your belongings, ensuring your horses are okay. You
I think
begin
we
to.
should hobble them in the cave.
The cave is not big enough for even 2 horses to be in there.
Okay.
It's too small. It's enough for you guys to kind of huddle up in and stuff like that, but it's not big enough to hold your steeds. Like I said, though, they're in a depression so that anybody looking down, even from the fort, they can't quite see over that hump, so your horses are down in that depression. And they're able to munch on shrubbery and stuff like that, but making sure that your gear is well taken care of. You begin to move your way down the hill, slowly, stealthily, led by the experienced eye and the experienced footpad, Varys. I would like a... give me a stealth check, please, Varys. You get a 10% bonus added onto that.
So you want me move silently?
Move silent, and then I want to hide in shadow as well.
Oh boy. Okay.
You get 10% on the move. 10% on the hide and shadow, not the move silently though. Okay, there's your hide and shadow, and you get a 10% on your move silently, and you get a 10% on your hide and shadow. Even better.
There we
Even
go.
better. You guys move your way all the way down until you cross the road and begin to creep ever so slowly. It's agonizingly slow as you, every so often, you hear the little crunch of a rock or the slight snap of a twig one of your feet hits, but apparently the guards don't notice. As you move closer, you can see the wall begins to loom up. The steepness up the embankment is going to be difficult, to say the least. For Varus and for Loquacious, it's probably an easy route to climb the wall, climb up the embankment, get to the base of the wall, and then climb the wall itself. It's made of wood, but it's very rough. There are various handholds and stuff where you're able to probably grip and climb your way up. But you get to the base, you cast your silence on the stone and begin to move up, quickly sipping the potion of invisibility. You each, one by one, wink, 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 disappear from view. Varus, either you or Loquacious, who's climbing the wall.
What? Do you want to roll for it, or you just want to do it, or what?
I have 97% with the
Well, you
luster.
got me beat at 97. I only have 93.
And I'm climbing the wall after I drink my potion juice.
Okay.
And that makes
18. As you now give me a move silent as well, as you're climbing the wall, although you are invisible.
Oh.
As you're going up, you're easily grabbing, but the grappling hook scrapes along the wood as you thought it was secure, but it wasn't quite, and it sort of flings over and it clanks as it hits the wood, and it scrapes. Immediately, you hear on the other side of the wall, "Hey, what's that?" As a figure heads moving your way. You're only about halfway up. A figure comes over.
Oh, I wasn't gonna throw the grapple.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. The figure comes over, and he looks. And he looks around, and he sits there for 2 or 3 minutes. Takes a torch.
Hang on to the wall.
Holds it up high as he looks down the embankment directly at Deglin, Arthur, Loquacious, and Zadkiel. His eyes scanning. You can see that he is an orc as he looks around. Sniffs the air. Damn rats. Turns and leaves. Give me another move silently as you... Your climb walls is... Yeah, sorry.
Freezing hard.
Go ahead and give me another.
There we go.
As you manage to get to the top. As you get to the top of the wall, I am going to go ahead. Oops. I'm going to activate the stockade just so I can put you guys on it. Why do I only have 4 here? Where's number 5? Sorry. There he is. Okay. I'm going to move you guys all... I'm going to move you guys on the map just so you can kind of see. But I'm going to put you where you are. As you fly across the... Let me zoom in here. I'm going to zoom in here. You guys are all at the base down here. Varus is up here. The rest of you are down here. Okay.
Oh,
And
okay.
I'm going to plant the guards here too. So just give me just a second to plant where the guards are.
Oh my.
Just so you can see where they were in relation to, you know, what you had. And I'm going to make all of the guards right now orcs.
How tall is the wall, by the way?
Probably 20 feet up from where you guys are. It's only about maybe 6 foot on the other side.
Ah.
And last but not least, here. So you can see there are guards on this side here, a little further away. This one over here on your left is the one that came over to you, Varys, and he was looking down at you guys, and then he moved back to his position around the corner. Well, right at the corner, not quite around the corner.
So,
So you find yourself right there. What's that, sir?
I can see this guy
and
this guy.
That is correct. You know there are other guards up there based on what you guys saw when you were doing your recon from above, but from where you're at here, as you look, you can't quite see the guys farther down the compound. You only see these two guards right here.
I guess I'll try finishing getting over the wall.
Okay. On the other side, it's easy to get over because it's only about a 5 or a 6 foot drop on the other side. As I said, it's hard-packed earth rampart on the other side. And then the building walls themselves are about 15 feet high or so.
I'm going to try and... It's an orc, you said?
That is correct.
They're both orcs?
Yes.
I'm going to try and off him and lower the grapple here so they have more time and I can try to fend off anybody else.
As you get here, you look off to the right. You see another orc to the north.
Oh, damn it. Oh, this is just going to be too hard. Well,
I mean, you can try. I mean, you could try to backstab him and sort of pull him back onto this side, maybe, if you want to do that.
Yeah, I'm going to try and do something. So I want to do a nat 20 backstab.
You can do that if you want.
And try and take him out quietly.
You can absolutely do that if you want.
Yes, that's what I want to do.
All right, so you use your nat 20. That's the last one that the party has. Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Since it's not large.
Yep. You sneak up slowly. Don't forget, by the way, I just want to remind you before we continue that the minute you attack, you lose invisibility.
Yes, that's why I wanted to be in.
Okay, and I'm just saying, but you still have the potion that has 2 more doses.
Yeah.
So you sneak up slowly behind him. He sort of walks, waves to his comrade. His comrade just sort of back in his direction. And his comrade begins to turn away. And as he turns around, walks right toward you. You sort of slide up to the wall as he passes by you. Immediately your hand goes over his mouth and your blade thrusts up into his chest. He's like, silent as can be. You take him down. He drops to the ground.
I'm gonna take the potion real quick and drop the grappling hook on that corner.
Okay.
Like,
you guys
right here, so they can start hustling up.
Okay.
and then I'm gonna like just basically wait to get another turn if need be.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna keep an eye on him
Okay.
and the one that was over here.
You guys are standing there, and immediately you see the rope drop down, and you begin moving yourselves. You said right here? I didn't remember where you said you dropped the rope, Varys.
Basically like right here.
Okay, gotcha. So
Yeah.
quickly, what order are we going up?
Probably in the middle.
Yeah, I think Loquacious should go up next because he's also got the better climbing skills, so he can
Okay.
get up there faster.
All right. Quickly, as you move up, Loquacious, as you get to the top, you see the body of a dead orc, a large gaping wound in his chest. Looks like something either went into his chest or came out of his chest, but he's lying dead here. Arthur comes up next, quickly followed by Deglin, then followed by Zadkiel. You guys all get to the top. You see as the orc to the north begins to work his way slowly back your way. He's not really looking your way. He's kind of looking over the wall and looking out, occasionally looking back over his shoulder, but slowly making his way down as if he's going to be talking to his buddy or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
You can see him walking, and he just sort of stops, looks in your direction.
Everybody's invisible,
Once-
right?
You are invisible. Everybody's invisible still. He kind of looks. and he sort of looks. He looks down that way, looking to see, as if expecting to see his comrade. You hear him go, "Hey, hey, hey," and that's where we're gonna leave it for next week.
In order, I wanted to say something about it.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. What you want to say?
Say, I was going to try and mimic his voice.
Okay.
Since I heard him speak earlier.
Uh-huh.
And say, hey!
Actually,
Okay.
I'm gonna pick him up and take his arm and wave.
Oh, that too.
Because
Yeah.
remember, we got the silence. Nothing can be heard.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you guys got that.
All right.
Make him
So is
trip
it-
and fall down.
As he sort of waves and he's like, you hear a, "God, idiot," and he turns to walk back the other way. And that's where we're going to leave it for next week, my friends. I appreciate everybody that's hung out with us all night long. I can't believe that you guys suffered through that, whatever was going on. We do appreciate, as always, viewership is amazing. So I hopefully you guys will catch us next week, same time, same channel. 7:30 to 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. If you like 5th edition, we do every other Friday, which this is our off week, so not this Friday, but the following Friday, we will be having our 5th edition game that's currently running. That party is currently running a little mini campaign in the country of Perrinland, which is kind of what kicked off our whole stream here. So hopefully you guys will catch that. As always, I want to remind you, if you have not followed, please do so. If you would like to subscribe, we'll love it. But if you show up enough times, eventually Cannibal will give you a gifted sub, because that's just what he does. He's the gift that keeps on giving, and we appreciate every minute of it, man. I definitely appreciate it, Troy. Appreciate you hanging out and listening to the stream to see what kind of clusterfuck I can create. Seems that something always happens with my stream. I don't know what. That's why I say I have no doubt in my mind you guys don't come here for the stream or the gaming or the fun times. You come to see the shit show, and we aim to give you what you want. So we really do appreciate it. So real quick, I know you guys are normally how to get out of here. So I am going to switch really fast over to the after party, but I know that you guys usually have to leave pretty quick, but I want to catch Varys, what you got going on, man? Tell folks what you got going on, where they can see you, or what you're going to be doing, or I think you were advertising for a friend of yours, so feel free, man. Floor's yours.
Well, you can catch me online, modding for Impending Death here on the Twitch. He is a content creator, professional trainer, teacher. Plays Warhammer, D&D, all that.
Nice. So that's what I want to say. I want to check out Warhammer, man. So
he
I haven't.
does, yeah.
That'd be
I
pretty
play
cool.
Warhammer as well, so come check him out. He's on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. This week he's going to be in Florida. They're trying to prepare a move. So he's not going to be on this week till Saturday at 4:30.
Sweet. I appreciate that.
And then I'm playing G.I. Joe tomorrow night.
Nice.
My friends Pen and Page help write that role-playing game, and they've done stuff for D&D for Adventure League.
Cool.
And then I'm doing Star Wars Wednesday, Thursday D&D, Friday more D&D.
Dude, you have no life, man.
Yeah,
you have like no life. I love it. I can't wait.
Friday is the game I run for Impending Death's community.
Yeah, right.
So, and then Saturday, that game, my afternoon game, is falling apart. So I'm thinking of maybe doing something else. So if you're interested in maybe trying out the new Terminator RPG, I have the alpha rules.
Nice.
From the Kickstarter. So I may give that a whirl. And, then I'm playing Trek Saturday night. And the One Ring on Sunday.
Damn, dude. Well, I was kind of hoping to catch Loquacious, see what he's up to, but I know he's trying to get a new house because his landlord is moving him. So hopefully that all goes well for him. So for those that are still here, please say a quick prayer for my man Loot. As his landlord told him he's got to find a new place. So hopefully he'll be able to find one relatively quickly. In this market, it is tough. It really is tough because everybody wants to buy. And like people that sell, you could sell easily. But buying is much more complicated. Even renting is a pain in the ass. So,
it's about to crash.
Yeah, exactly. So, I agree. It can't stay up that long. What about you, Deglin? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hang around, but I want to make sure that I get you, get Igerson in there to kind of let us know what you got going on, or if not, then hopefully you'll be able to hang with us to the after party, man.
Yeah, I'm just doing leather work and working with the Vikings and the Viking reenactment group. There's a big thing going off in May called Graybeard's Viking Experience up in Maryland. If you're up that way, check it out.
Dave, you're awesome. Quivering Palm, the landlord. He's a monk. He should be able to quivering palm somebody. Yeah. I've seen Bloodsport. Have you not seen Bloodsport? Did you not see the dim Mac where he blew up the brick at the bottom? Heck, yeah.
Bottom brick.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, that's awesome, man. So if you guys have not seen, we got some pretty candid photos of our very own Deglin out there in real life in his armor. And I got to tell you, most impressive. If you think his picture here is impressive on the artwork that Monkey did for him, you need to see the dude in real life, man. It's pretty awesome. So I never could get into that, but yeah, the 8th brick. Yeah, there you go. So, all right, man. So that's awesome. And you, Monkey. So let us know what's going on. Let people know where they can get your artwork, where they can get your music. What's going on with you, dude?
I'm just hanging out, having a fun time. Just playing your 2 streams. I play on Saturday and Sunday as well. The Sunday game's gonna be interesting. I just started. We're running with 8 players, so that's gonna be interesting.
What edition?
It's 5th. Both are 5th. One's homebrew and one's not homebrew. But yeah, and trying to get my setups so I can start streaming on a regular basis. I'm gonna be doing a lot of music and a lot of probably just a variety of things, kind of like what Creepshow's doing.
Yeah,
things that I like to do.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Painting, doing artwork, playing games, whatever, just to hang out. So y'all want to come by and hang out? That's great.
As I said before, man, like I said before, Monkey's the one. He did all the artwork for all the characters here. He did that for us. He also did our music for our intermission and stuff like that. So definitely has a talent, more than just, you know, being a pain in my ass. He's actually got some talent out there. So I definitely want to shoot some love your way, dude. So appreciate everything you do for the stream, man. So yeah, so seriously, so anyway, if you guys want to hang around, you can. I am getting ready to shift over. So the way the after party always works, and many of you that have followed for a while know, that's one thing I used to love doing. Face-to-face games. After the game, we just kind of hang out, maybe drink a beer or a soda. You can talk to my fifth edition players. Arthur, who is one of my 5th edition players, is also a face-to-face player. We hey, see you, Lando. Appreciate you hanging, dude. See you next time.
See you, Lando.
So anyway, Arthur and one of the other players on my 5th edition game, so that's Adam and Jacob, they were face-to-face players. And so, you know, young kids, you know, I'm an older guy, mid-50s. These guys are in their 20s or whatever. And so we started gaming together 5th edition over at the game store. And it's the same thing I used to do when I was gaming when I was younger, man. We'd all get done. We are actually on Discord. We actually stream on Discord, Dave, so you guys can jump in anytime you want. The problem is that the game channel is specifically for the gamers, but for the after party, we shift over to the open channel. So let me do that really quick first, and then we can continue on. 3, 2, 1. And I'm on the open channel. So yeah, so if you guys want to pop over to the open channel, absolutely, come on by. So anyway, these guys we game, and after the game we drink a beer or a soda, like I said. I used to bring them over. There's a one of those dry ice cream shops that was right near our game store. It was the same plaza, so we used to walk over there and I get them ice cream and shit. When we gamed at my house, we actually would have dinner. My wife would cook dinner for the kids and stuff before they show up and they'd get here. We'd have dinner, hang out for a little bit, then we'd eat, and then we'd hang out for a little bit afterwards and stuff. So it was really a community type of a thing, which is why I started this after party on all of my streams, is because I just like hanging out with you guys. I know we're not gaming. I know maybe it's not excitement and not what you guys normally see when you come to a game stream, but I just like to hang out and just kind of talk about different stuff, whether it's tonight's game, whether it's plans for the future for the game, what the characters want to do, or whatever the case may be. I do have, like, for example, one of my players in my 5th edition game is a ranger, and he wants to he has a, I don't know if it's a spell or a feat or something that he's got. He's trying to train his dogs, and we were talking about, hey, wouldn't this spell or wouldn't this feat allow him or give him bonuses? Instead of taking 6 weeks to train a dog, he could do it in 3 weeks or something like that. And so we're kind of discussing that's kind of stuff that we like to throw out here. Like, what do you guys think? Do you think that if I cast a spell of animal friendship or something like that on an animal that I'm trying to train, would it make sense for that animal to respond to me better when I'm trying to train him? So if the book says, you know, after 3 weeks of training, you can train him 1 trick. Well, maybe instead of 3 weeks, it's a week and a half, or instead of 1 trick, it's 2 tricks or 3 tricks or whatever you kind of come up with and stuff. So that's kind of the stuff that we kind of shoot the breeze about. But
chew up a proficiency slot.
What's that?
A non-weapon proficiency slot.
Yeah.
Chew one up. You are an absolute animal master. You're awesome, but you just gave up the ability to swim. Whatever.
Yeah. Exactly.
Figure that out. That's I always use the NPC stuff from Dungeoneering or Wilderness Survival Guide.
Yeah.
Love it. You got 4. Didn't feel like treading water this week. That kind of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the 5th edition game, though. That being said, right?
Oh,
so it's,
sorry.
it's
that means everybody can do everything, and
yes,
nobody
exactly.
Yeah,
but,
come on, just stick with the 1E. It's the best.
I know, I do, but like I said, I like my players that I gamed with that we first started the stream with were actually all 5th edition players, so that's why I started. Mm-hmm. And then because of Jay, I actually started doing a 1E game again because I haven't done 1E in a long time. So I said, hey, let's go ahead and do 1E.
So just the level of brutality is just dialed up. I love it.
Yeah, that's so much better. That's what as soon as Loquacious got hit that one time, bam, 20 hit points. It's like,
And just to
yeah.
reflect, I mean, you're talking to like me, right? I made a kid hyperventilate because he got chased by Darrow. It was the best. Like
Yep.
he was 12 and he's just sitting there panting and shaking. I was like,
Yep.
I'm so proud of myself.
Yep. Exactly. That's the way it should be. Yeah, I feel for you, Dave, man, because it's like, the who you have to game with is
Dude,
a lot of
there's
times
nobody
you don't
out
have a
there.
choice. You don't have a chance to kind of do that depending upon where you game. Like now, I'm in Orlando, and we have a couple game stores near us. Like Sci-Fi City is revamping themselves. They got under new management. And because Sci-Fi City used to be the place to go in Orlando, and then it kind of fell off the map after a while. But another game store guy, he owns stores in Jacksonville. He bought out Sci-Fi City, and he's kind of bringing it back to the heyday. But again, we're right near the college, so there's there's game stores everywhere. Well,
Gotcha.
pre-pandemic, there was a bunch of game stores. A bunch of them did close and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's easier for me to find.
I'm in Central Virginia. I mean, seriously, the nearest person I've actually run into is or know about it's Asher's up in DC, I believe. So
Really?
like, yeah, I can't get there. There's nothing
Yeah.
here. There's like one game store, and they're all 5e, or they're playing some other weird ass shit.
Well, I'm telling you, man, I have an opening on this game right here. Arthur the Wizard
Actually,
is.
I was debating doing. So you know Amy Crittenden, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Okay. So she's actually going to come in as a guest bad guy to attempt to kill the kids. Because remember,
Nice.
I DM for kids, right? Like
Yeah.
there's like one other
Yeah.
dad, and there's like 8 kids, mine, his, and everybody else, right? So like I've had this like actual candy game where I just keep beating the living hell out of them, but they always quote unquote survive.
Yep.
And now I want to bring in like D&D superstar, like you, Amy, whatever. Like you come
Yeah.
in, you get to be the BB guy,
Nice.
end guy, right? And just try to kick their ass.
Yep.
See what happens.
That'd be fun.
you're
And
in-
I was.
If
Well, I
you're
mean,
in-
I've.
if
Yeah,
you're in,
exactly.
You get the invite.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it depends on what it is, right? So
Oh, who knows?
Yeah.
I don't. It takes them 2 years to get to an end guy. I mean, that's how bad they are. It doesn't matter.
Yep. Yeah. I have that problem with these guys. No, this group is actually not bad. My 5th edition group, I used to laugh all the time because I'm like, I called this 1E one shots, but I'm like, I don't know why I call it a one shot because
It's like
it takes us.
4-shot.
It's like 15 sessions to get through. Like, technically, you know what I mean? I call it 1E one shots, but it's not really a one shot. What it is all we do is the adventure. We do the adventure, and then we go to the next adventure, and then we go to the next adventure. However many sessions it takes to get through the adventure doesn't matter. It's adventure to adventure. It's not as much role play stuff in between.
Yeah, perfect. No, you guys
know?
are doing great. It's a great. I love the 1E one shots. That's the one I want to watch.
Yep. And so once we I'm debating on, like, if they finish. I'm really thinking I want to be able to finish this with all of them at 6th level, because there's a couple. Now I'm at the time where I can start bringing in some of the cool adventures.
Yeah.
And then
you're
when they
in
get to
A2,
like
you're in A2, right?
yeah. And
Okay.
right now they're 5th level, so it's kind of low for just 5 5th level characters. So
Oh, no, that's 25 total levels. Where's that rank? Every one of the old modules always had a range. They're like,
yes, this one is.
excellent.
Yeah, sorry. This one
No,
is
go ahead.
4 to 7 is what this one is.
Yeah, it was 4 to 7, but how many? Like, if you go and read the DM's notes, so like
Yeah,
flip
that's what
through like 4 pages or whatever,
Yeah.
and there's always like for a total number of levels of X.
Yep. That's what I'm looking at right here, and that's what I said. It's a little
Because 4 to 7 is a wide range. If you got 8 people at 5, that's 40, and if you got 4 people at 6, that's 24. That's a big delta.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where it, and it's funny because in the notes it doesn't say. It just says 4 to 7.
Oh man, let me pull it up.
It was a tournament, though. You know what I mean? It was a tournament
Oh,
adventure.
of course it was.
So if I go,
everybody was pre-gen.
Yeah, exactly. So this one here,
you're doing 2 stockade.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm doing the same thing you're doing right now.
Yep.
Molten hands, dude.
Where's the characters at?
They're way in the back.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped. So this one has 9. So I don't know if it used all 9, but they had. Yeah. So I think they'll be okay with this one at this level, even with just 5 characters. But I still think they should be like maybe closer to
No,
7th level.
they need, as a DM, if you're gonna play it for reals, yep. If you're gonna nerf it, they can be lower level.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily gonna nerf it, but I don't expect them to be like over the top. We're gonna attack everything and go after. If they do, they'll
They're
die.
not right. That's like
Yeah. I
there we
don't
go.
nerf. There's a couple things I'll nerf a little bit here if it's something that happens it's like completely off the wall, just all dice related. I'll nerf stuff that's like nothing but dice. It's like, okay, you did everything right, but you got a shitty ass dice roll. I might nerf something like that. Luckily I haven't really had to nerf anything here. These guys have actually been pretty good. But some of the things it's just like, okay, they're not gonna, like for example in A1. They didn't clear it all out, right? They went in, they cleared out the slaves that were in the slave pens. They took out the slave lord and the orcs and the aspis that were guarding the slaves, and then they hauled ass and they got all the slaves out, because what all they're looking for is this guy named Macaro, who is a priest of Tritherion, who is the leader of the Underground Railroad. And so they're just trying to follow the trail on where he's at. And they thought he was going to be in the temple, but apparently he had already gotten shipped out. So now they're hoping that he's in here. Now, if they find him in here, then it's going to be their choice whether they want to continue on to A3 or not. Or likely as not, I'll just have another adventure for them to go. I'll send them over to, like, I don't know, Ghost Tower of Inverness or something like that, right?
No. Go to. In fact,
Sutterheim.
you are so close to A3 at this point. It's
Sutterheim.
stupid for them not to continue. Sutterheim or Suderheim or whatever.
And it's totally up to the party. And I give them that as much as I hook them by the nose and pull them to where they're going next. If they don't want to go there, I don't ever say, you have to go do this adventure. You know, it's up to them. Like, they could have refused after A1, said, you know what? No, we just almost got our ass kicked by the slave lords. I am not going to go after this dude in the middle of the country. We'll go somewhere else. And then I'll just find something else to put him on. But fortunately for me and my stream, my party is like, okay, sure, we'll take the money and go.
Doesn't hurt that we're all lawful good, too.
That's true story, except for the thief, which is hilarious. Right. It's like everybody's pretty much lawful good. Even Arthur, the wizard, it's lawful good. It's hilarious. It just cracks me up. So, but yeah, man, I'm glad you were able to stop by, man. Haven't seen you around in a while, David.
No, I'm all engaged and we're moving in and all that good stuff. So I've got a whole shit ton of stuff to deal with here.
Yeah,
but interferes with my gaming. I'll be goddamn honest.
I know it. I hate it. That's why I'm glad that I have an understanding wife. She hates that I do 2 streams, but she understands at least it's only every other Friday and not every Friday.
Well, so she knew the difference. If she knew the difference, she'd only let you do 1E. Let's be honest.
Whatever. Stop it. Whatever. I really don't mind. I actually, if I had my druthers, I've always liked, I mean, and people will get up in arms about this, I hate Thaco. I've never really liked Thaco.
No, Thaco sucks because Thaco is a made-up shit that didn't exist even in 1E.
I would much rather have first edition everything except armor class. Let's just do armor class as roll-up.
Yeah, Thaco was nothing more than Gary and team recomputing the ability to hit armor class 0 for easy math in a table at the end of the Dungeon Master's Guide with the Afridi on the cover. That's it. That's where it existed. So I have no idea why anybody ever, like, when I heard that, I was like, the hell are you talking? Even back in the day, what are you talking about?
Yep. Exactly. So, Yep, I agree. What about folks out there? What's your take on THACO? There's all my first edition folks out there. If they're even listening, they're probably just kind of like double dipping. They're double dipping, which is fine with me. That's what I said. You know what? I've said followers are great. Viewership is better. I would rather have 10 dedicated viewers that are always here every week. Like I've got a couple at least that I know. Agamarin, he's my VIP. Troy, obviously, VIP. And there's probably a half a dozen others that are here every stream, at least for a little while. Whether you watch the whole stream or not is fine. Hopefully, people come back and watch. That's what I said, Troy. That's Cannibal. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If we get, you know, I think the most I've had in a while is like 20 at one time viewers. Hello. See, he's there. He heard us. He was falling asleep. Then we said his name and then he popped back in. I think that's what happens. I think Troy has like 50 computer screens open and each one has a different stream on it. And when he hears his name, he just appears. He's doing work. So if you did not know, you need to get over to Cannon Fire to check out Cannibal's work on the Atlas that he's doing. Absolutely banging, dude. It is very, very amazing work that the man is doing over there. And I did tell you, I don't know if you heard earlier or not, I love to write. I don't know how good I am at it, but I love to write. So if you ever... I heard you talking about content and stuff like that. So if you need someone to do writing for you, just ping me. But what I'm going to do now is we're getting close to midnight and there's usually not a lot of people that stream this late. And I want to make sure that I get my, oh God, I should raid my son. That'd be funny. I'm going to raid my son just because he's a turd. No, just kidding. I always take like from 5 o'clock till 7 o'clock is my time before a stream to really get prepared. I get into the module. I read where I think the party's going to be, make sure I've got all my notes together. And then today at like 3 o'clock, my son texts me. He's like, hey, I'm going to be over at 5 because I got to do my homework before your game. I'm like, oh, okay, no big deal. And next thing I know, it's like 6:30, 6:45. I'm like, dude, I got a game coming up. Let's hurry up. And Troy, you are exactly correct, man. There is so much content coming out of Cannon Fire right now. Every time I go in there, I'm just like, I am completely lost what's going on. I just watch my screen flash with colors and pictures and content. And I'll just wait for you guys to publish it, man, because I'm lost on what's going on. But there's a lot of good stuff going on over there.
I got a great suggestion for you.
Sure.
You said they need to be up another level, right?
Right.
Okay. Right now you are in the stockade. Yep. Let's say they find a map to the hidden temple of Erythnol. Have you read that module?
Is that in a dungeon? I know I've heard it, but I don't know if it was in dungeon where I heard it.
Spring 93 version of 1993. You can I'll email it to you if you want. I got the PDF. Okay. Right. It's the hidden temple, and it's basically it's only a few miles west in the Sus Forest, totally hidden deep in the forest.
Yes, I remember.
Take them through that, and then send them back again to finish just include it. Yeah. It's not actually a difficult adventure, and it's actually really, really well done.
I'll have to check it out.
It's a little hack and slash and a little just getting it done, right?
Yep. That's old school.
But right, exactly. And so I'd recommend Erythnol. Yep. And then once they found the secret paperwork or whatever the MacGuffin is we're going after, right?
Yep.
Send them back to
Suderheim.
Suderheim.
Yep. I have to check it out. Yeah, I've heard it, but I know I've seen it pass my eyes somewhere in chat, but I don't ever recall actually looking at the module. So yeah, definitely, man. I'll have to go check it out.
Send me your email.
Yeah.
And I think I'm looking up the size of the damn file. Jeez,
don't worry about it, because I've got we could put up on Google Docs too.
Or Dropbox or some shit, whatever you want.
Exactly.
You just Send me a note. I'll get it to you.
Right on. So that being said, I'm gonna see if I'm gonna be able to. Oh, good. It does show up. See, I was worried because last week my stream deck's really been acting up, and it's like it wasn't showing any of my viewers and nothing like that. And I realized it's because I had it all attached to the wrong stream, because my old stream was Parentland Adventures. I changed it to Agora Quest, but my stream deck still said Parentland Adventure. So I'm like, oh dang. So here's what we're gonna do, folks. We are going to bounce over to Teddy Grams. This is not Dungeons and Dragons. He is a online video gamer, but he is my son, so I feel obligated that I have to go over and show him a little love. I'd appreciate it if you guys would show him some love, whether you follow or not. I don't really think he cares, but we're gonna go ahead and rate him anyway. I guarantee you 10 to 1 that he won't even realize we're there, because he gets so involved with whatever he's doing in his game and stuff. But we're gonna go ahead and rate him anyway. Darling Creepshow is on also. I think she's gonna be doing some painting, not 100% sure. So at least, oh, maybe she's not on.
Yeah, she's offline now.
Yep, she just must have just gone offline. So all right, that's good that we're doing him then, because she's usually my go-to. But let's go ahead and rate him. And like I said, we're gonna bounce over to him, and I really appreciate you guys hanging out with us. For hopefully for next week, we'll be seeing you guys join us. But until then, remember, in a world that you can be anything you want, all I ask is that you be kind. We will see you next time. Peace.
What if that's the holy priest? Or I don't know.
Did it not work? Yeah, there we are.
Still
it
here.
Shows, it says, I was going to say, it's showing a rating with a party of 8. That's kind of weird.
I
wonder if he blocked me. I wonder if he blocked me.
You're in there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's not showing. It's showing that we're rating with a party of 8. Shows we're rating with a party of 8, but it's. Well, I feel